Atamari e whānau te whānau, nau mai haere mai ki ngā kōrero āwaha mo te mahere ātau for our annual plan verbal submissions. I'll ask Councillor Kapa to open us up with a quick karakia, please.
Kia tata mai koe i hua, ko waimui mātou tēnei haura, mātou e hawhina, e arahi. Kia tūtuki pai hoki, ngā kaupapa, ngā kōrero, i runga te tika, te pono, te araha o te tangata ki te tangata, pai here te runga te rani Māori. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councillor Kapa. Before we do get into our submissions, I just wanted to acknowledge the tragedy that has happened down in Wellington with the building fire and the loss of life that we've had down there. So if we could just please observe a moment's silence in respect to those who have lost their lives in that tragedy. E te atua hoatu ki a rātou te oki o ki ngā tonutanga, kia whiti ki a rātou te māramatanga mutu ngā kore. Lord, may perpetual light shine upon them, and we pray for their families as well from here in the whānau. Amen. Thank you for that. I just want to note we do have quite a few different scheduled hearings that are in conflict with ours today, so please, for those online or those in the room, please don't take the fact that you've got 4 stellar elected members in front of you today to hear on behalf of the full council. We do have, of course, our Opunoni wastewater treatment plant and Kohukohu wastewater treatment plant hearings happening in Rawene today. We also have liquor license hearings happening today as well, but you definitely have got quality, if not quantity, to hear your submissions today, and we will of course be taking all this feedback back to our deliberations at the table. Our first submitter today is Eric Parker. Eric, you will have 10 minutes for your verbal submission. I will give you a 2-minute warning. Any time remaining, you can leave for any questions that could come from the table here. Otherwise, just a reminder that we are live streaming this, and the time is yours. I really appreciate you joining us this morning virtually. Morena.
Kia ora, Moko, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I have lived in Kerikeri now for 20 years. I immigrated from the Netherlands in '77, 25 in Auckland, 20 in Kerikeri. Yvonne Sharp was still the mayor back in those days, and we didn't have a one-way traffic. We still had no Butler Centre, and Kerikeri has flourished since then. I believe that Kerikeri will become a major centre in the Far North in the next 20 years. And I'm hoping for the council to have still a vision for the further future, not for next year or the year after. It has to be a bigger picture decision and council is taking on. I am a big supporter of both events. They glue our community together. The Turner Centre offers a venue that allows cultural events from a wide perspective of the whole community. It's school groups, church groups. It is a world-class event center that we have to protect and cherish. I really want to think that the council, I'm aware that the council makes this on the whole of the Far North, and the Far North has to become a destination, not just a no exit straight out of Auckland. We have to have a destination for our bigger future. That can only happen if we become an attractive destination for people to want to come here. And when people want to come here, that would enhance property values. The enhanced property values would enhance the rate take that the council will get and benefits the bigger Far North area, not just this little township of Kerikeri, but Kawakawa, Kaikoui, Kaio, and further field. It would, if Kerikeri is an attractive and strong destination, what attracted me to come to Kerikeri is the multicultural, the historical backgrounds that this region offers. It's got a wonderful climate. I think if we can remain Kerikeri an attractive environment that attracts quality and it benefits the bigger Far North as well. So it's not just to protect our little Kerikeri, it is as well. It's got to be a decision that benefits the whole of the Far North, and I'm conscious of that. I am really grateful that we now have a new council with useful councillors, and hopefully we can all make decisions for the further future. I'm aware of the development plans around Kerikeri. I live on Gulfview Road. The future is that Gulfview Road will be extended and the golf course will be some changes happening. There's a lot of development further planned for between here and Waipapa. And so as Kerikeri and Waipapa and this region evolves, the Turner Centre is an essential anchor for community meetings, for cultural events, and all these things. So I'm passionate to retain the Turner Centre, because the alternative of it become a white elephant building, that it would be horrific. If we can just maintain what we have, it is difficult economic times, but if we can maintain what we have, it is a foundation on which to evolve for the future. I hope I've made my case with some passion, and I hope I've made the case that it's not also benefits the Far North altogether.
Kia ora, Eric. Yes. Thank you very much. I very much appreciated your passionate submission today, and myself and our other young councillors who are here today, because I can speak on behalf of Councillors Research and Kapa and Deputy Mayor Stratford and say I know they're young at heart, definitely. I'll just check around the room if we have any questions for you, because we do have some time remaining. Do we have any questions for Eric?
I do have a question of you. Check your glasses.
I put contacts on this morning. Eric, we don't have any questions here, but we have received your written submission and very much appreciate your verbal submission today, and that will all be taken on board when we come to deliberations on our annual plan and these current proposals that are on the table too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Moko. I appreciate your having listened to me. So thank you. I look forward to the decision.
Tinako, you have a great day.
You too. All the best. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I can see we have our second submitted there. Do councillors need a moment at all, or are you happy for us to carry on? Jenny, morena to you. Now,
morena.
Just as a quick recap, we are giving verbal submitters 10 minutes today, and any time that you don't use could be given over to questions that could arise. We are also live streaming on our Far North District Council YouTube page today, just as a reminder. But otherwise, I very much appreciate you submitting to us today, and we will pass the time over to you.
Kia ora, Moko, much appreciated. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for this opportunity to urge the Far North District Council to keep, support and maintain the Turner Centre. It's the very heartbeat of Kerikeri and the far north, and its doors must stay open, in my humble opinion. I've written my speech so I can keep to time, so that's why I keep glancing down. So if you've ever watched a child's face when they're watching a stage performance, you don't ever have to ask any questions about how they are feeling. It's written all over their bodies. Their eyes are wide open, they're smiling and laughing, their breathing changes for the better. There's excitement and discovery. And often the follow-up from the child is, can I learn to play the guitar or the violin? Could I become an actor? Can I learn to dance? And often these activities, when adopted, can stay with them for life. So how do I know this? Because it happened to me. The very first theatre I remember seeing was a Punch and Judy show when I was 4, where I was mesmerised by the activity on that little stage. At 7, I started ballet lessons and dreamed of becoming a prima ballerina. My build did, however, not lead to that. Then at age 16, I went on stage in a live performance of a play. At this time, I was struggling deeply with abuse at home and a huge loss of self-esteem. What that theatrical experience did for me was beyond belief. I felt appreciated, exhilarated, and noticed. I'm now 74 years old, and I've just participated in a stage reading of a play at the Kerikeri Theatre Company that brought back all those happy memories. And we all know that our older generation fills the Turner Centre every time there is a performance of any kind. My husband and I are both Kiwis. However, we've lived in San Diego, California for the past 40 years. We're now swallows. We go back and forth, and tomorrow we're leaving for San Diego. When we made the decision to semi-retire, we looked at many parts of New Zealand and easily chose Kerikeri. And part of that decision was the Turner Centre. To be able to see the arts in all its forms, music, dance, theatre, comedy, artworks, and more, was a huge draw to this lovely town. With its spacious lobby, its curving staircase, inviting bar, beautiful auditorium, and world-class meeting rooms, it's an icon and an asset for the whole of Te Tai Taukaro. The British newspaper The Guardian published an article about the effect of the arts on mental well-being, and we know that this is a vital issue for Northland. Arts and Minds, a leading British mental health charity, did a survey of their weekly art workshops that revealed a 71% decrease in feelings of anxiety and a 73% fall in depression. I'm hearing lots of background noise. Is that coming from me? I hope. Am I coming through clearly?
You're coming through clearly. Thank you, Jenny. Sorry, we did have a few staff members just pop out through.
That's perfectly right. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't on my end, my sound and my camera. 76% of the participants said that their well-being increased and 69% felt more socially included. The New Zealand Treasury Living Standards Framework also highlights similar statistics. Mental health and economic stability are huge stress factors in Northland. What better way to begin treatment than to walk through the doors of the stunning Turner Centre to be treated to another world? Audiences come from all around the region to enjoy over 70 concerts and theatre shows annually. 30,000 tickets were sold in 2022 alone. One 6-day conference in November 2022 with 350 out-of-town attendees was estimated that it brought in $600,000 to the local economy. Under the FNDC ownership proposal guidelines, the facility will sit on the balance sheet of the Far North District Council, with maintenance and renewals becoming the responsibility of the council as well as the core operational costs. This is vital and necessary. I implore you to adopt the ownership proposal to ensure that the Turner Centre will be preserved for our present and future generations. It is a gem and a crucial commodity in our community, and it must continue to provide glorious artistic activities for Te Tai Taukaro and beyond. Ngā mihi.
Ngā mihi nui, Jenny. I very much appreciate your well-articulated verbal submission this morning. We do have some time remaining, so I'll check with our Deputy Mayor and Councillors if there are any questions from this side?
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Jenny. It's Kelly Stratford.
Kia ora, Kelly.
Tears to my eyes with your very passionate kōrero there. Can you perhaps give me an idea of how many times you've seen, an event that's looked appealing at the Turner Centre? You may not have been able to go to all of them, but is it about 60 to 100% have always been attractive for you to attend?
I would say definitely 60 to 65 have been to a number of music presentations, which have been delightful, to live theatre performances. I recently saw the one woman show, her name escapes me, but that was glorious because theatre is my passion. And so every time I receive the notice, I check all the events very thoroughly, put them, ones that are of strong interest, straight on my calendar, and then I'm sure to go ahead and purchase tickets or attend the event. So it's higher than 75%.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Jenny.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you very much, Jenny, and I will encourage you while you escape our New Zealand winter to head over to San Diego to be an advocate for the far north and to definitely spread the message far and wide that we are very open and welcome up here for any amazing acts you happen to be an audience member while you're over there. Otherwise, it doesn't look like we have any further questions, and I thank you very much for your verbal submission this morning.
Ngā mihi moko and all of the councillors, it was my pleasure, and I certainly promote the North, and I even talked to various members of the theatre community about bringing some of their spectacular shows down here to the Turner Centre. So that would be amazing to make that happen. Thank you again. Thank you. Okay. Kia ora.
Just checking about our third submitters here, otherwise we can bump up Tyler. Morena David, welcome to our annual plan verbal submission kaupapa this morning. We are being live streamed on our Far North District Council YouTube page. Just to bear that in mind, we're giving submitters 10 minutes. If you have any time left over within that, there could be questions from the table. Please don't, you definitely have quality over quantity this morning in terms of elected members who are before you. We do have a number of other hearings that are on across the district this morning, but otherwise I thank you very much for getting along here, and we're happy to pass the time over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning all, my name's David Rhodes and I'm here today representing the community of Mahanipua. That's approximately 30 property owners who pay in excess of $400,000 per annum in rates. Representing the community of this number from all walks of life means that we all have varying views on Far North District Council's policies. And to that end, I'll endeavour to put forward those views in a balanced way. On the matter of funding of the Turner Centre, as a community, we're not adverse to the Far North District Council funding the Turner Centre and believe it is a great asset for Kerikeri. The same can be said for the support of sport, arts and consultants, which in my submission may have indicated we did not support the Far North District Council expenditure on these activities. We are, however, all in agreement that the Far North District Council has to prioritise the basic fundamentals and that it is required to provide to the ratepayers, and that is infrastructure of the district. The number one priority has to be roads, as this impacts and affects all ratepayers. The state of the roads is appalling, with the current modus operandi from the Far North District Council appearing to be cones and signage and nothing else. As an example, there are 3 major subsidences on the Wainui Road that have been in existence from 12 to 18 months with nothing being done to repair these, and only getting worse with time to the point that the road may disappear entirely. Another example is Mahinipua Road itself, which for the majority of the year is less than a goat track, which the Far North District Council has spent, according to Far North District Council records, $8,909.88 in 5 years on maintenance from a 2 million rate collection. That works out at about 0.5% of those rates expended in that area, which I'm sure you will agree is a very low sum and return on investment. I'm sure there are other roads in the district that are equally poor state. Also, I'm sure there are other priorities in basic infrastructure, such as sewage and water in developing communities that need addressing. What I'm trying to get across to you today has the Far North District has to put a greater priority and spend of ratepayers' money on the need for these basic infrastructure and pare back on the nice to haves, such as the aesthetics, the arts, the sports, and the sculptures, etc. When basic infrastructure is up to standard and fit for purpose, and we have a surplus of funding, that is the time to address the nice to haves or wants. The ratepayers cannot afford the continual compounded increase in rates that has been demanded by Far North District Council with no improvement of services, because the majority of ratepayers are not in a position to manage up hundreds or even thousands of dollars when they are not getting equivalent percentage increases in their incomes from their employment. On the matter of rates remission on Maori freehold land, again, we are not opposed to a rates remission on freehold land for housing development per se. What we don't understand is why the policy does not apply across the board. If it is good enough for one group of the district, then it should be good enough for all. Far North District Council policies should apply to all residents of the district equally, as long as they conform to the requirements of the policy. Can I just implore you to make policies and decisions that are based on equality to everyone and not just a small group? Stop the divisive and unhealthy policy making that is currently going on, which is not helping New Zealand grow as a country in a positive and meaningful way. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your verbal submission, David. It is hugely appreciated. I'll just go around the room, and we also have Councillor McNally who's online to see if we have any questions.
Yeah, just you've stated that contrary to what you've got in your written submission on the Turner Centre, because that was quite clear, majority support. Majority is not in support in the Mahinipua residents group.
No, I think what.
Submission, you're stating that they do.
No, as I said in my submission, I'm trying to put a balanced approach from all of those out there in the community. And as I say, we are not opposed to any of these, the input and spending on these things that the council is planning to do. The Turner Centre, I think everyone appreciates it's a great asset. and is well utilised in the area. However, what we are trying to put across is these are things that are nice to have when we have the funds to be able to afford it. Our basic infrastructure is failing, and you all know that as well as I do. So what we are saying to you is, please put a higher priority on those basic infrastructures, get those up to standard so that, you know, the community has at least basic stuff available. You drive around the roads at the moment and you know as well as I do, it's appalling. And just putting road cones out and a bit of signage is not acceptable. You know, all those works in signage that you have.
Another question.
Yeah.
Before we run out of time. Do you know if there's any land that is general title that is owned by 500 landowners or shareholders, you know, that the same Māori freehold land policy would apply to? So that's one of the issues with multiply owned.
Okay, that's a fair enough question, fair enough criteria. All I'm saying on that is, and you may be absolutely right, and I haven't delved probably deep enough into the policy, but what I'm saying is if there is freehold land out there that has 500 owners, then the policy should, what I'm saying is the policy should be across the board. It doesn't matter who you are. If it's good enough for one person in the Far North District Council, it's good enough for everyone.
Thank you for that, David. We'll have to share that back with central government and their legislation. Before we jump to Councillor McNally, I just had a quick question. I definitely am in support of ensuring that we go back to basics and get the basics right. Our roading system is absolutely shocking. One of the handbrakes we have in this space is that we are funded significantly from central government to look after our local roads to the tune of 69%. We put up a 31% from rates in this space, but it all depends on what they agree to fund and works wise. Would you be for us increasing rates intakes to be able to address maintenance on our roading, but that would end up being 100% funded from our rates rather than that share we get through central government? For me, that's one of the ways that we could look to try to address the huge shortfalls we have in roading, is that we would end up picking up the full bill ourselves.
Yeah, before I talk about any increase in rates, you know, I'd have to give that a bit of thought in depth, because I know exactly where you're coming from and I understand it. I also feel that you guys are not actually getting a fair cut from central government anyway, because they're asking you to do more and more every day without providing the funding for you. And to me, and I really shouldn't get into that, but that's just tax creep on another way by the government being very underhanded. So, yeah, to me, if there was a guarantee that we would see an improved situation in our infrastructure, then I probably wouldn't be too adverse to that. But I think you have to, what I've been saying in my submission and trying to get across is pare back the nice to haves. I mean, I know you might think, and you may have the government or local government act telling you that you have to do it, but I think, you know, like you do it, anyone does at home, you deal with the basics first and then you have the nice to haves. You know, if I can't afford a glass of wine with my dinner, I'll have a glass of water. Okay? So let's pare back on those nice to haves. Everyone knows the aesthetics are lovely, we'd like them and all those sorts of things, but we can't always afford what we want. let's get the needs done before we address the wants.
Thank you, David. We have run out of time, but I will indulge Councillor Akina, I believe, is online and has a question. And Councillor McNally.
Oh, did he take his hand down?
He's put his hand down.
Oh, kia ora.
We'll jump to Councillor Akina. Morena, Councillor Akina.
Kia ora, thank you. I would just thank you for your submission today, and I agree on a few of the topics that you brought up today. However, I just want to mention, and just to make aware, just to be aware for those who are delivering submissions today, that it's more than easy to write out a speech, but make sure you come with facts. Make sure you come with facts when it comes to the expenditure, when it comes to roading, and the kōrero around freehold Māori land and the history behind it as well, because we all know in the past a lot of Māori land has been taken and will still be taken. So Māori to have to pay rate tax on freehold Māori land, 500 shareholders, it's a little bit hard. I just want to say that.
Councillor Akina, did we have a question in that, please?
Tahore, no.
Thank you. We will limit elected members to questions, please. Councillor McNally, I'm very indulgent this morning. We'll jump over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry I'm not there in person. I might have a bug that nobody wants, so I'll just stay till I get cleared. Thanks for your submission, David. My question is, it's more a request. Would you please lobby central government? You're dead right around our roading. It's not good. We've got basically a slipper kilometre across the network. The last little bit of rain over the last 10 days created another 12 problems. 2 roads are closed, 10 down to 1 lane. So I hear you loud and clear. I agree with your commentary around reducing the nice to have and catching up on core infrastructure. It's the reason I stood. But the question really is, do you have the time and the energy from your group to lobby central government on our behalf?
Thank you, Councillor McNally, and we'll take that as a question that will be responded with a very short yes, I'm hoping, David. Thank you very much for your time.
That's correct.
Time this morning, David. I do not want to stress our staff out with our long day of verbal submissions today, but thank you very much for your time and hope you have a great day.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you. Okay, now I might be less indulgent with our colleagues from Bay of Islands, Whanganui Community Board. No, morena to you both. The time is yours. We get to have double trouble in the whare this morning with Lainey and Tyler.
Lainey's going to be speaking on that.
Thank you very much for heading along. I know that there is another big kaupapa for your ward, for your community board area happening today as well. But
I'm staying right out of that one.
We're getting.
I only take on one battle at a time.
We very much appreciate your attendance today. We get 10 minutes. 10 extremely strict, no, 10 minutes. If there's any questions and you have any time left, then we'll pass around to this side. We also have a few councillors, as you've heard, online today, and also a few apologies with bereavements and other family things on, but you get quality over quantity today. We'll pass the time to you.
Thank you, and good morning. I'm here representing the Bay of Islands Whangaro Community Board, and I will strive to only present what the board has agreed to.
We'll let them hold you to that.
Cool. I've made a few extra notes though, just in case. With regards to the Turner Centre and the council's proposal, the majority of the community board support this proposal. The reasons for it: the Turner Centre is the only performing arts venue in the far north that includes professional stage management, audio, lighting, staging for international, national and local performances. Without this venue, ratepayers would need to drive to Whangarei or further to watch performances and concerts. I'm not a great promoter of the arts, but all communities need balance. Turner Centre provides that. We understand that this proposal seeks to take ownership of the building and ongoing maintenance and core operational costs, e.g. insurance. Obviously, if we own the building, we need the insurance, which for the most part we agree. We do not agree with the council should pay for power or operational expenses. That should still be part of the trust's responsibility. We also request that the Centre at Kerikeri and the Far North District Council investigate further viable partnership opportunities with other local community art providers. For example, Cherry Park House is barely fit for purpose, and it's a facility that falls under the community board. It was gifted to the district for performing arts, and it is currently, I think, 22, if I remember, 22 different groups that use it. They have a waiting list to get in there, so there's opportunities there. Is not fit. The lower part of the Turner Centre could be purposed to help host these groups. This would allow the centre not only to be performing arts, but also for a variety of arts: music, theatre, cinema, sculpture, painting, etc. Other viable partnerships may also be utilised in the commercial kitchen and bar area. My colleague's submission. These areas are used while there are performances or conferences, but the remainder of the time they seem to be empty, quite frankly. A minority of the board also felt that the council should investigate the cost. It's all very well to say we'll take it over, but I think there's a responsibility there to the ratepayers to actually define what those costs will be. Probably not that hard to find out. With regards to the proposal to housing development on Maori freehold land, we support this wholeheartedly and the majority of the conditions. We support that the council enables housing development of Maori freehold land, and as a result of this, families will live in quality homes and meet the resource building consents and healthy home standards. I mean, it's just a win-win all the way around. However, we do not agree with the sliding scale that council has proposed. We would recommend that the rates payment be scaled over 5 years, not the extended period that the council had suggested. Continuation or increased contestable, this is our own things that we would like. We want the continuation or increase in the contestable community board placemaking fund. The Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board requests the contestable placemaking fund, which is currently at 100,000, to remain or to be increased. And I know in the current budget asking for an increase is possibly being a little adventurous. Council community grants policy. Council supports the community to develop and provide their own facilities and services through award of grants. If the placemaking fund was removed, the board would struggle to find projects that are community-led and projects that demonstrate and reflect the community identity. Undertake a detailed audit of the council facilities. The community board would like to see all the halls, playgrounds, reserves to be fit for purpose across the district. For this to be achieved, council needs to undertake an audit of the current council facilities and to find out the state of these facilities. In some cases, we're dealing with halls that are held together by the cobwebs in the corner. I personally have a hall where people older than me, if you can imagine that, crawl underneath the building to prop up the one corner. Dramatic, but true. Community board would like to see that all halls are fit for purpose and have safe drinking water, internet connectivity, and effective heating and cooling. And we say this because halls sit there, and they're in some places we're renting space to have meetings, and yet we've got a hall down there for the sake of a couple of heat pumps and a screen, and it would work. Is that a good enough plea? Somebody send us some money to do that, please. We also request that the park and reserves budget be increased to allow for development and maintenance, e.g. regular mowing of reserves, access to drinking water, installation of bilingual signage, increase in pathways, footpaths for reserves. I mean, we seem to be very good at building things. We rush out and we build things. And when it comes to maintaining them, we're not so good. We really don't cover ourselves well for maintenance and ongoing. There's another word for maintenance in there somewhere that I could use, but I can't think of it for the moment. But please, please, if we're going to build these things, let's be able to maintain them. I've got a basketball hoop on a brand new installation that was broken 6 months ago with a small child with a BB and a slingshot who knew he could break bulletproof glass, and he could. And 6 months later, we're still waiting for that hoop to be replaced. The annoying part of that is we've bought, I think, 20 or 30 of these basketball hoops. And my analogy is we're buying stuff for which there's no spare parts. We wouldn't buy a car if we didn't know there were spare parts down the road. Anyway, that's my personal bleed, sorry. Retain the town beautification and delegate this budget to community boards. Request that this budget be delegated to community boards to distribute and support community initiatives through the community plans. In 2022 and 2023, the annual plan was, I think, 259,000 was budgeted for town beautification. We're dealing with communities here, and I know, fortunately, we don't have to deal with roads and all those other terrible things, but we're at the coalface, and it's communities that are important. Without our communities, the whole thing falls down. So we're constantly asking for more money, and we believe we're closer to it than organisations. We're back to Cherry Park House. Obviously, my colleagues wanted to belabour this a little further, but it's a good example. It is literally, it was gifted to the council for the person providing the venue for the furtherance of cultural arts, craft and associated things for the residents of Kerikeri and the surrounding area. Kerikeri has become this service centre for a much larger area, and I'm defending Kerikeri here because
entire district.
Yeah, it's, you know, we get belaboured, everything's done for Kerikeri, even if someone, that's why I'm sort of somewhat hesitant about you doing anything at the Turner Centre, because I know that everyone will say it was for Kerikeri. And trust me, most of the people that drive to the Turner Centre are not from Kerikeri. Sorry, am I out of time? No.
You have 1 minute left, and I know Deputy Mayor's a question.
She's pulling it, I see that. Cherry Park House currently has 21 regular user groups on a regular basis. Council staff are advised anecdotally that due to the size of Cherry Park House, users are on wait lists to join these various groups, which is photography and pottery and various other wonderful things that don't warm my heart, but they do a lot of other people. Cherry Park House, for instance, sits on a floodplain. It's an ageing structure. It's barely fit for purpose, and it sits on what would be a wonderful park. So there's things that we need to look at. We need to audit all of our parks and our recreation areas and reserves, and we can't do that. That has to be you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Lane. Going to be very indulgent, also noting that immediately following this, we will have a morning tea, and community board colleagues will be welcome to have a kai and a kōrero afterwards. But if there are any burning questions on this submission, Deputy Mayor Strickland.
Yeah, thank you very much for your kōrero on behalf of the board, Lane. The repurposing of the lower part of the Turner Centre that the board is suggesting, have you not ever been to an event there, like where the, you know, had to have everything open and, you know, massive sit-down dinners and stuff? So how do you see a repurposing of, you know, some of the Cherry Park equipment
like the kiln and stuff, fitting in with that?
Look, you have a facility there, and as Tyler, my colleague, will attest, because I've told him enough times, I was hired out of Canada to be the food and beverage director at the Aotea Centre, which put me on the management board of the Aotea Centre when it was first built. So I have some, and the Aotea Centre, trust me, has exactly the same issues, or it had the same issues as the Turner Centre has, because it was built for a purpose that a small group of people wanted, and then when it opened, it just didn't work. I think you've got to look at what is the most usable thing. You can keep that space open and say, hey, once or twice a year we have this wonderful thing there, or can I find some other use that is 365 days or whatever? And that's the choices you're going to have to make. I mean, I don't know what rent you pay at the JB Centre, but I mean,
that is something that's come up as well.
There's all of those things, and nothing is going to be perfect. That building was built without a lot of thought. They didn't even have a kitchen in there, and I think it was probably the reason I didn't get the job as the general manager, as I told them I thought they'd built a bad building, and they hadn't built a kitchen. And Mr. Turner looked at me and said, "You can't tell us that. I'm going to truck the food over from the RSA." And I said, "Well, that's an incredibly bad idea too."
Appreciate your candor, Councillor Lucic.
Yeah, thank you, Lane.
You're
I thank you for this very well thought through and constructive submission, and I'm sure it resonates with the other two community boards as well. In fact, I expected nothing less from the Bay of Islands Community Board, so thank you for the work you've been doing there. I do have a question. I really like the thinking that you're looking at what can we do to pay its way. I think in council we're slowly changing. I know with Sportsville here we had to show that we could cover the operational cost before construction was allowed. But you're looking at something here that's already built, and you're saying what can we actually do? But given the flexibility, and I just pick up what the Deputy Mayor was saying, given the complexity of it and the options, and it's probably a redundant question, but I'm saying, would the community board be willing to work closely with the council and the community to look at these options that we can go through that to be acceptable to that community to make it made?
Certainly. We that's what we're there for, to be between you guys and the community. That's our only reason for being around.
Thank you, Lane. Thank you, Tyler, for representing the Bay of Islands Bungle Community Board today. You've done a very stellar job indeed. I will also just leave you with this, though, is that please, as a community board, never think that anything that you want to see can't be passed at your community board to come to us as a formal paper for us to consider. And when reading your submission, I think straight away, like an audit in that space, that's a request you could put through in a paper through to council that we could action. Asking for delegations over the Turner Centre should that go ahead. That's something that you could request as well.
Can I request it? Can I request the domain first before we get to the Turner Centre? Can I clean up the domain, please?
So yeah, thank you very much. I'll just ask our staff to confirm when our live stream is paused, and we Kia ora, thank you for that, Rhonda. We will continue our verbal submissions to our annual plan this morning, and our next submitter up is Catherine Starr. Welcome to our council chambers this morning, Catherine. Just a reminder that we are being live streamed. We're giving verbal submitters 10 minutes. If there is any time remaining, I'll give you a 2-minute warning. There could be questions from the councillors, elected members we have in the room here. We also have some who are online. But otherwise, the time is over to you, and thank you very much for coming in today.
Before I start, I would just like to acknowledge my friend and colleague Sue James, who passed recently, and I was pleased to see that the council acknowledged that in their recent meeting. I was fond of her. We worked here together in this building, and as I came in, I felt it quite strongly. So I just want to acknowledge the work that she did for the community, and my fondness for her.
Thank you for that.
Right. Kahika, councillors, management and staff, thank you for the opportunity to come and talk. I always find it a little bit nerve-wracking, but I always come and do my best and speak as honestly as I can. For those of you that don't know me, and there's a number of those, my name is Catherine Starr. My ancestors roamed from Ngawha through Taimai to Waitangi, the Kerikeri Inlet, and I have lived in the Kerikeri Inlet for most of my life. My Māori connections are through my mother, who in 2008 came here. I came here with my late father and my sister to see Wayne Brown present her with this Citizens Award. And again, I was really pleased to see her name there. Right, today I'm here mainly to speak on the submission regarding the Turner Centre. And my position can be summed up in 2 words, and those words are not now. And I have 2 reasons for saying that. Firstly is the potential for uncapped costs to flow. The far north, New Zealand and the rest of the world, currently finds itself in a period of almost unprecedented upheaval and uncertainty. New Zealand economists say the looming recession is tipped to be twice as deep as previously thought, with Kiwis being warned to prepare for a tough rest of the year. The forecast is bleak and comes as food prices rise at their fastest annual rate in more than 30 years, and many struggle to afford the basics. Living costs are expected to rise by an average of approximately $150 per week per household, with homeowners or home borrowers feeling those impacts disproportionately within that average. Defaults and mortgages are increasing, as we know, and in the second half of this year, half of our mortgage holders are going to come off fixed terms. So times are tough, and they're going to get tougher. The IMF is warning of a grim outlook for New Zealand. It's forecasting that we will have one of the lowest GDP and growth rates and one of the highest inflation rates in the Asia Pacific region in the coming years. So the council, I believe, has an obligation to set rates that are at an affordable level, and I think the timing is very poor to consider taking on this additional financial obligation. Having said that, it brings me to my second point, which is we've got a lack of information. I mean, we don't know what has been asked of us by the Turner Centre Trust. And I don't understand why is it losing money. It seems busy. Has the council investigated that? You know, could other things be done to help? How much money is being considered? Is it 20,000 a year? Is it $1 million a year? What are the current losses, and what are they projected to be? So I would expect a very strong business evaluation of what's going on there. And rather than saying we will be the owners of, I presume, the backstop for those financial risks, something more or different or smarter needs to be done in these times, rather than saying we will step into a position where someone else is running it, but we own it, and therefore the people that run it have a much less of an incentive to be cost effective in the operations, because they are not going to be carrying the costs. So putting those two things together and the time available, I want to leave time for questions. I think the community needs to understand what it's actually signing up for here, okay? And now is not the time. So in summary, not now, tai hall. Okay, kia ora. And if I could just briefly skip to the last part of my submission regarding is anything else, it's a rehash of what I've said there in the sense that I urge the council to continually seek efficiencies in its operation to reduce rate rises which has such a devastating impact on our population, especially our poorer communities. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Catherine. Thank you very much for your submission. I'll look around the room if there are any questions for you.
I do have.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Catherine. Thanks for the submission. Just look, in many ways, probably all of us as councillors would agree that this is a difficult time with rates rising and the stress and pressure on New Zealand. And yes, the outlook doesn't look good. The question I've got though is that we have it was built way back when, and yes, I predicted it would be unsustainable as well.
Okay. Yeah.
But we hit that now. So the issue is how can we best deal with it? Would you be happier if we were to look at options and how we can fully recover the operational cost at least, because council currently is covering the capital cost, and then look at ways that it can be made viable? And there was a previous submission submitted by the community board which raised a similar point that let's look at what can be done with that facility to increase the income.
Absolutely. I don't. It goes against the grain to think, no disrespect to those running it, because I don't know why it's losing money, but that group of people are currently running it such a way that loses money. So it's counterintuitive to me to say, well, we'll do that all the same, but we'll take over the financial risk. We need to do something else. As I said in my written submission, perhaps I would support an injection of probably quite a lot of cash to do a really significant push for a sponsor or donor model like we had with the late Mr. and Mrs. Robertson when it started. So yes, I think we should explore every other option before agreeing to go into this, and certainly I believe the community is entitled to know more. While I'm on the note, entitled to know more, I'd just like to say, if there is an intention to rebrand it, to rename it, then I feel sad for the Turner family to think that would happen in Mr. and Mrs. Turner's lifetime. And if that is part of the plan, I feel that should be signalled as well.
Thank you for that. I do know that the Turner Centre have been working on an identity piece in terms of the facility, and I have always assumed that they've been in full consultation with the beginnings of the Turner Centre, including the Turner whānau. Do we have any other questions, either online or from the floor? Thank you very much for your verbal submission, Catherine.
Thank you.
Hugely appreciated. You're welcome to stick around to listen, or I wish you a very good rest of the day.
I'll listen and hear what my associates have to say. Yeah, thank you.
We need to bring back our Citizens Recognition Awards.
Yeah.
I'm going to stew on that further. Really nice to see the lapel badge. Our next submission is from Lorsa Peterson from Kirikiri Community Charitable Trust. You have 10 minutes, and any time remaining can be given to us for questions. Otherwise, thank you very much for coming along, and just a reminder that we are live streaming on our Falmouth District Council YouTube page as well. I'll pass it over to you.
Kia ora. Kia ora, thank you, Moko. Ko les pitum toko inua, no Denmark ho, ki kiri toko kainga no. Kia ora, elected members, kia ora online, kia ora everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to present an oral submission to the Council Annual Plan 2023-2024. I want to first acknowledge the Council to actually open up for public submission, as I understand that may not always be common practice. So as said, I'm representing our Kitikiti Community Charitable Trust, and we have made a written submission. I want to first give a little bit of context. In 2019, we did extensive consultation with the community for the wider Kitikiti to develop a vision and some goals on how we would like the town to look like in 2030. How should it look? How should it feel like? We consulted with more than 1,200 people, and 80% of that was face-to-face. We collected more than 1,400 data lines, and 400 entries were for youth and children. We categorized data into 4 well-being around environment, social, cultural, and economic. I'm just going to catch my breath. More than a third of the feedback were around the social well-being, and initially that came as a surprise for many. And the importance of nurturing and designing for it. So I just want to share with you some actual comments we got from the feedback. So this is from individual whānau, youth, children. Shared community spaces where all ages can enjoy themselves or as a shared group. Focus on developing activities and spaces for youth and families. Children, hold the volunteer connection, build relationships, encourage relationships. Need for affordable community hall. Something to do in the evening. I would like to see an indoor performance center for my primary school age children. Have a proper youth place in town with heaps of things for us to do so we are not bored. This is from a 13 years old. Hold more social events and things that make other people want to come to our town instead, 19 years old. I feel there should be safe places, warm and dry places, more entertainment, more mentoring within our town and community for young people, 20 years old. So, to the question that was proposed in the annual plan, Council is proposing to partner with the Turner Centre. We, as a community group, and what we heard from our community, strongly support this proposal. We are fully aware that funding doesn't flow easily into Tātokorau, and we constantly have to fight on the national scene to get the funding and our fair share. But we think that Council now has a unique opportunity to secure a well-loved and utilised asset for future generations. The alternative of losing it will be absolutely devastating for Tātokorau as a whole, and residents will actually fundraise to build it. The Turner Centre is in many aspects our social and cultural hub of our largest growing town in the district. The old days where the centre may have been seen as fine art and classical music is long gone. Now we have local arts and community group using it, from theatre production to various shows, local and regional performances, including comedy shows, national music and arts, world touring bands, numerous events for school-age kids, offered at low cost or with free tickets. Conferences, exhibition, workshops, Northland Chess Championship, and more recently, quite successful town hall meetings. With the renewed vision for the centre to make an exclusive space that connects people, we believe the door is open to explore what they may look like. And as a community group, we are quite excited about this. So, councillors, when you look at the balance sheet, don't just look at the profit and loss, but also the human well-being it brings by providing access to the arts, creativity and culture. Last year, around 60 children of all ages participated in a local community dance and singing show. And if it's okay, I'll just hand up some photos. Is that all right?
I can do that. You carry on talking.
Yeah. So you'll see some photos from that show. Majority of these children had never performed in front of any audience, but here they were in front of a packed auditorium, 350 whānau in the Turner Centre after having practiced for months. It was a life-changing event for many of these tamariki and rangatahi. For instance, on the photo below, you see Kiki. She's an intermediate age girl from Kerikeri, who for the first time ever sang a solo song in a fantastic performance. So when you have to consider the proposal in regards to the Turner Centre, I encourage you to remember all the tamariki and rangatahi who for many years have been performing on the stage, doing volunteering, and the joy, motivation, confidence it has brought to their life, for their whānau, and the inspiration it has brought to the audience. Considering the minimal impact to ratepayer cost, as was presented, we strongly support the council proposal. I made a couple of other comments to the annual plan. So in regards to item 2, enable housing development on Māori freehold land, we have chosen not to comment as a community group. We don't feel we have the necessary expertise or knowledge to speak on behalf of Mana Whenua. And just one final comment in regards to the community board. We also provided feedback. The community board, in regards to the grant fund, these act as important seed money for grassroots organization, of which many would have not succeeded without their support. I mentioned previously that last year we conducted a very successful Northland Chess Championship. And we're planning to do this again this year with having community discount to access the Turner Centre. We had around 130 players coming from across Taitokoro, and majority of these players was under 12, coming from the far north, including from a Te Kura Kaupapa Māori near Kataia. So to sum it up, I understand the cost of living, the rate rises, but when we look at balance sheet, it's not only the profit and loss. We also have to look at it holistically, look at the mental well-being of our community and what it actually brings having access for the community. Okay, kia ora, any questions?
Thank you. Also, and that chess competition was well received. My brother came second in his division, my 13-year-old brother, so love to see more of that, I'm sure. Do we have any questions from the floor? We do have some time. Or online. Councillor Research.
Yeah, thank you for that, and it's great to see organisations like our Kerikeri stand up and do that work. We do appreciate those community initiatives. My question really relates to, for example, you gave us this picture here, and you mentioned communities being discounted. So there was a fee for this, I take it, and did it cover the cost?
I wouldn't be able to speak to that, but I know that including when I did the Northern Chess Championship, there is a community discount for many community groups, which actually give them access with a low fee to access the venues. In terms of that particular event, I can't comment, but the Turner Centre, in our view, is not only being utilized for big, you may go to a show, seeing someone from overseas. There's a lot of stuff happening, including during the day, they may invite schools to come free to see the show before it's actually come on at night time. And that's all free.
Yeah, thank you for that. And in our, just a supplementary question, Mr. Chair. Sports Northland actually has a fund which helps people, especially in the outlying areas, to get to a venue. It's a travel fund. And so have you considered looking at that directly, like schools from outside the area? If there was actually a travel fund that was discounted, then maybe council or community boards can assist with that, which we do. For sports, truly that's one way of getting them. I'm thinking about the operational model to keep it clean so that you are looking to strive to cover the operational costs and looking at ways of funding some of that when you're doing your discounts rather than running at a loss.
No, I agree. I think we have to explore all the opportunities. And the fact is, if we lose the Turner Centre, and let's say it's getting knocked down, there's going to be a retirement village. Well, in 10 years' time, there's going to be sitting councillors here. There's going to be people in Kerikeri saying, all right, we want an event centre, we want a community hall, we want somewhere. So sooner or later, we'll have to find the money. But now we have a new unique opportunity. We can secure the assets, but for definitely explore all funding options. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your verbal submission, Marcel. Very much appreciate it.
Kia ora.
All right, next up in the hot seat is none other than, and perhaps some of those nitty-gritty questions, if there is time available, Councillor Research could be passed this way, but we do have Jerry. Jerry, just a reminder that we are live streaming this on our Whanau District Council YouTube page. You'll have 10 minutes for your verbal submission. If there's any time available following that, then we can pass that over to elected members. And also just to let you know that all elected members also received through the workshop material that we have sent through.
Okay, thank you. Just a heads up as well, Matua Kipper has sent me an email. He's got his daughter swearing in with the Māori Land Court this Saturday, so he sent me an email for afterwards. So tēnā koe e te kahika o te kaunihera, tēnā koutou nā kai kaunihera, ko Jerry Paul tōku ingoa, ko kai whakahaere ki te Turner Centre, nā mihi nui ki a koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora, my name is Jerry Paul. I'm the General Manager at the Turner Centre, originally Irish, but I moved to Te Tai Tokoro 18 months ago. I feel very privileged to be living here in this area and serving our community as the manager of the Turner Centre. So firstly, the Turner Centre, we know that it was fundraised and built by our community. Back in 2005 it opened on Far North District Council land. It's the largest of its kind north of Tamaki Makaurau. Whangarei doesn't even have an equivalent centre. So we're very lucky we get shows that otherwise would not come north of Auckland. Since it opened, we've had 2,000 shows and performances and thousands more rehearsals, community meetings, hui, wānanga, corporate events and commercial events. It acts as a town hall for Kirikiri. Many of you will have been there for Meet the Candidates events last year. And COVID really gave the centre an opportunity to reflect on the past and look where we want to be going forward. A new board was appointed and a new general manager, myself. I moved to Kirikiri and a week later I saw this job opportunity come up and it was quite serendipitous. With Matua Kipper, who's been on our board for the last 3.5 years, we've done a great deal of work around the identity of the centre. We reimagined the vision to be an inclusive place that connects people with creativity and culture. We then went through a translation process with Matua Kipper and we came up with the vision Te Ranga Toi Waka, the vessel that weaves together all of the arts for our community. Last November, we were very lucky. We got funding from Lotteries and we went through a community insights research project, which was facilitated by Kawati Waitford and Rangi Marie Mules. We got together 40 people in focus groups, Mana Whenua, Toina Puhi, artists like Troy Kingi, school principals and teachers from schools around the region. We also had volunteers, rangatahi, to contribute to these groups. And we sort of looked at the centre's identity and said, what do we want the centre to be? Because a great performing arts and community centre is a reflection of our own community. So we did a lot of work and dreaming around what we could be going into the future. We really aspire to present a program that is relevant, representative, engaging, and all of this report is informing our strategic direction going forward. In terms of events and audiences, last year in 2022 we had 420 events and bookings, multiple art forms from music, theatre, dance and visual arts, comedy even. We had 70 ticketed shows and sold 13,000 tickets. We had audiences that came from all around the region. For example, at Kawati, Sean and Luke Beard's show, we had Luke did an ask around. At least half of the audience had come up from Whangarei. There were people from Kaitaia. There were people over from Kaikohe. There was people from Auckland and also Christchurch as well. And it's been a report by CNZ has shown that 15% of our audiences come from out of the region, being a huge financial boost to the local economy. In terms of the hireage of the centre, we have 32 community groups that use the centre on an ongoing basis. Last year, they had bookings for 330 days throughout the year. We gave community discounts of $150,000 in the last financial year. In terms of schools, and John touched on it before, I've been applying for funding from the likes of the US Embassy, the Irish Embassy, recently the Australian High Commission, also the community boards, to be able to present free school shows. And we've had 5,000 tamariki from 22 schools around the region attending for free shows over the past year. A couple of weeks ago, we had a crew down from Kaitaia College who regularly come to shows to see the Auckland Youth Orchestra. Next week, they're coming to see Red Leap Theatre. So it really is servicing our region in that way. In terms of commercial hire, we had 104 days of commercial hire last year. That included conferences. Last November, we had a conference of 600 attendees. 350 were from out of town who stayed in the region for 6 nights. The financial contribution based on $400 to $500 per person per day was several $100,000 to the local economy. In terms of regional organisations, because we're the biggest facility, the likes of Ngā Te Hine Health Trust for the 30th anniversary last year came to the centre. We've got the Yes Awards at the centre. We have the hospice hold their big events there and fundraisers. Also national organisations, government departments, the blood drive come there to collect blood every 3 months. It's also a civil defence emergency centre. So what we are proposing around Aotearoa and around the world, performing arts centres and community centres, they're not sustainable on their own. Councils are part of that sustainability model. We're proposing council to take on the ownership of the facility and look after the ongoing maintenance in line with the rest of the council-owned facilities around the region. Also, council to cover an agreed amount of fixed costs like power, insurance and compliance. We will enter a lease and partnership agreement with the Far North District Council, which will outline the KPIs and objectives that you have identified. For example, around community discounts, what do council want to see there? The trust will remain responsible for the operations and programming and the community engagement side of things. In terms of the opportunities, under this new model, there's so many. Firstly, a rebrand and a redesign with a bicultural focus to continue the work that Matua Kipa has led us through. In terms of improvements to the centre, currently we've got a grant in for $250,000 to redesign, go through a facilitated design process with mana whenua and our stakeholder groups to look at how we get the stories of Te Tai Tokoro into the venue. In terms of engaging tamariki and rangatahi, helping schools reinforce the Aotearoa history curriculum and upskilling and capability building opportunities, whether that be through technical stuff or running classes at nights, which we've been doing. Also, we can focus on raising the resource to do these activities instead of worrying about lights that are blowing or leaks in the roof. We have actually spent $180,000 on the roof in the past couple of months, went into the reserves that we have to make sure it's watertight in this weather of late. In terms of what this means to the Far North, the community, our community will own the largest performing arts facility north of Auckland. We will be able to develop a sustainable model for the centre to stay open. We will be able to attract shows that otherwise just will not come to the Far North. And there's an opportunity to enter a meaningful partnership with the Far North District Council to achieve outcomes that are your priorities. These include greater well-being for our communities. It's proven that arts and culture are a huge contributor to well-being in our communities. This is illustrated in the Treasury Living Standards Framework, which identifies arts and culture and engagement and vitality as being one of the key themes that contribute to the 4 well-being domains, which Council have adopted. They add to community spirit, performing arts centres, cohesion within the community, resilience, and also connected communities. With so many people behind the screens these days, it's an opportunity to get people together in one place to be connected. There's also the economic impact. If you look at the money that it will cost council, it's a small investment for the return on the investment. With 104 days of commercial bookings last year, the out-of-town attendance, 15% of 13,000 people that come up to the far north for 2 to 3 days, that's over a couple of $1 million on its own, just from ticketed shows that's coming into the region. There's also the stimulation of the local economy. For example, when people go out to a show, they often go out for a bite to eat. 2 minutes. In terms of the finances, we know the centre is not sustainable on its own. We worked through a long-term maintenance plan with council last year, and also Mark Sinclair, who does Peter Cooper's work down at the Britomart and the landing, etc. He identified about $2 million worth of upgrades over the next 10 years, which is about $200,000 a year. If we were to do the R&M, we would be running at a deficit of $300,000, which is equal to the maintenance and $100,000 of fixed costs. With these costs covered by the Far North District Council, the Trust can break even. We will have a break-even budget of $450,000 per annum, and that income comes from commercial, community hire, food, beverage sales, marketing income, and grants. We will be able to continue to offer the community discounts, which last year were $150,000. And a reminder or a note, I've heard it mooted at meetings before that potentially the Plaza and Event Centre could be council offices. Last year, this was used by community groups for 208 days, commercial events for 48 days, and brought in revenue of over $100,000 plus food and beverage. So it's an important space within our facility. If this doesn't go ahead, the centre will close in the next couple of years. The Far North District Council will be left with an empty building. The Far North is going to miss out on a huge amount of arts and culture. There will be no town hall or arts facility in Kerikeri. The rebuild for the centre is estimated at over $150 million at present day. There's no space for these community groups, and the Far North will lose significant corporate conference commercial activity. There's all the staff and dozens of contractors who are employed every year, and 55 volunteers from 15 to 80. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I would like to finish with a whakatauki I said last time here, but I feel it's very important. He toi whakaido, he mana tangata. Where there is artistic excellence, there is human dignity. And we want to partner with the council to bring artistic excellence to our community. And I'm available over the next couple of weeks to workshop, to chat one-on-one, to go through the budgets. So ngā mihi kia koutou, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. We very much appreciate that energy that you bring into our council chambers every time you're in here.
Kia ora, thank you, Michael. Matua Kipo, can I read out his email now, or do you want to wait or do that now? Okay, thank you. Sincere apologies. Unfortunately, Kippa Munro is out this week as Ngāti Rehia are preparing for his daughter's swearing-in ceremony as a Māori Land Court judge this weekend at Whiti Ora Marae. Planning and preparations for this event have been happening for the last few months, and this week is finalising all the arrangements. He also wanted me to remind the Mayor of the event and was looking forward to seeing him and representatives of the Council on Saturday.
What time?
Some of the background: Kippa has been a trustee for the past 3.5 years as a representative from the Māori community and specifically his hapu Ngāti Rehia. The request to have Māori representation on the board was an opportunity and an effort to encourage our Māori community to utilise the centre. The centre wasn't seen as a venue that our Māori community felt appropriate or comfortable in utilising on their own activities. Representation. To encourage our community to be more involved in the centre, the trustees embarked on an identity profiling exercise. This was also an opportunity to redefine ourselves, our identity and branding, and look at the partnership between mana whenua. This was completed through a series of workshops, wānanga, and facilitated brainstorming with our community. Board responsibility. Since I started on the board and to this present day, we have struggled to make the centre sustainable. This has meant the maintenance of the facility has been lacking in some areas of the facility. If the council were to agree with this submission, then our operations team, which has taken on a whole new lease of life since the arrival of Jerry Paul, can concentrate solely on providing our community with top-class performers, acts and activities. We've been very lucky having Matua Kippa on the board, and now Mario has stepped up as well. So it's been an important partnership to us going into the future, and there's just full of opportunity. Thank you again for the chance to speak, and good luck with listening to the rest of the submissions. Ka kite.
I will pass on my thanks to Matua Kippa this Saturday.
Okay. Oh, sorry, if there was any questions.
Matua Kippa.
Whaeilta.
You and Matua Kippa. Have you ever considered going into a joint venture with Ngāti here?
Not, it hasn't been talked about so much in terms of the ownership.
Oh, running it. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, and love your energy, and hope you get some funds. But yeah, I just wondered, has that ever been a consideration?
I mean, from a governance level, yes, Ngāti Rehia are on our board and are part of the decision-making processes around the operations of the venue. So in that way, you know, there is partnership there, but in terms of a joint venture, I guess the proposal is around, you know, in line with other council facilities around the region and community halls taking on that ownership. We will continue to manage it as we are with the trust and the governance from Ngāti Rehia and the board. That answers your question? Or?
Just a thought for you.
Okay, thank you.
Tēnā kouroua. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Just checking, Morena Rach, it's very nice to have you in the whare today. I was checking in if your submission was next or not.
No.
Oh, I didn't have a whisper back in my ear in its face. So.
Sorry. But Jackie's here.
Excellent. Tēnā koe, Jackie. Good morning. Welcome to Council Chambers. Very much appreciate you taking the time to come in and give a verbal submission. Now, I have the fortune of having Jackie in on some of our business leaders calls in the morning, so I'm looking forward to hearing from you this morning. We are live streaming on our Far North District Council YouTube page, so you can keep that in mind.
Yep.
Submitters have been given 10 minutes, which seems to be quite flexible, to be honest, this morning, but we'll see how we can keep to time. If there's any time left over from your submission, we can have questions from elected members. Otherwise, the time is yours. Kia ora.
Kia ora, koutou katoa, ko Jackie Sanders toku ingoa, no Island o Kutupuna, ke te noho o ki Waipapa. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my support of the Turner Centre with you today. It's important that many voices are heard, and I'm aware that you do have many voices to hear today, so I probably will keep it short and sweet. My company is Jackman Entertainment, and I create music and arts and culture festivals over the last few years. This has been predominantly in the Far North. And in addition to our bigger outdoor festivals that we present, I've presented several shows at the Turner Centre. And it's a diverse range from international cabaret to children's shows, and even the Hawaiian reggae band Kaloi Kai. We're currently programming some theatre productions, hopefully, for the Matariki Pei Whairangi Festival, which is in its third year and will be happening in July. So we did see a need for some more quality arts experiences or major events to come further north than Auckland, and that was my focus to start with, but have seen a real need to be able to showcase our arts and culture, and that has become more of my focus over the last few years. I recently had the opportunity, thank you, to contribute to Toimana, your arts, culture and heritage strategy for the next 10 years, and that acknowledges the benefits of the arts clearly. We should be a place that nurtures creativity. We give it a voice and a platform, and a place that empowers people to take a risk. It gives a sense of place, try something new, open our minds and hearts. And the arts benefit people socially. Like I say, it gives people a sense of place, a vibrant community, and a pride in our culture. And we are the birthplace of the nation. And our arts, culture, and heritage are completely unique in this part of the world. And it should be celebrated here and on a world stage. But we need venues to do that. And we need the creative hubs. As a young teen, I lived outside Liverpool, and we didn't have a theatre in our town, but I remember vividly a school trip to the big theatre in the city to see the ballet. I am no dancer, but I thought it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. But I was more fascinated about how the sets moved and how the lighting changed the mood. And a spark went off in my brain. I want to do that. I don't know how they do that, but I want to find out. Now, fast forward 19, sort of to me being 19 years old, I was the first female to be employed as a casual backstage crew member at that theatre. It was in the 80s, it was a bit of a different time. Now, this helped me secure a full-time role at a smaller theatre in the city. Now, that theatre had 450 seats. It was very similar in size and layout to the Turner Centre. And we had touring music, comedy, local amateur dramatics companies, drag shows, the dreaded 6 weeks of pantomime every year with 3 shows a day. And we had training programs in that theatre, in art with, training in theatre arts, with local schools and colleges, and anybody that wanted to walk through the door. We were really a safe place that welcomed all people into that venue. It didn't matter, sort of your gender, your race. We had many members of the LGBTQ community, and it was just like a really vibrant and exciting place to work. And many of those people that came through those doors have gone on to have incredible careers in the arts worldwide, myself included. And none of us knew what those possibilities were at the time. We were learning our craft, but that facility gave us a start we all needed in a really safe and nourishing environment. And this is what I see the Turner Centre is striving to be. It's a venue that's for everybody. It's a vital resource that gives people access to experience many different art forms or activities. It's a platform to showcase their art or to set off a light bulb that sees hidden talents or passions find a career pathway. If the pressure can be taken off to maintain the building, I think we will see benefits that far outweigh the financial outlay. And I know that this will make an impact that resonates far more than we can actually imagine at the moment. Ngā mihi nui. That was really all I wanted to say in support, because I know there's lots of other people talking to different aspects. But yeah, happy to take any questions.
Councillor Lusich.
Yeah, question. Thanks, Jackie. And thanks for the work you're doing. I don't think anybody wants to see the asset being lost. But what we're looking at, and just have a question for you is sounds like you're considering showcasing, different cultures, maybe different cultures from the world, and bringing them there and showcasing what they do. And since there's an Irish person in the audience there, maybe river dance or something like that, for example.
I'm Irish too. I got kicked out of Irish dancing.
The Chinese show, which is in Auckland, and I wanted to go to that one, but it's way over there in Auckland. So have you considered those things? Certainly I'd be paying good money to go and see that.
Yeah, it all depends on the capacity, sort of the venue and what we can do. We are talking, well, I'm talking with the Auckland Philharmonia Orchestra at the moment about an event that they've got in development that could work really well at the theatre.
So just a bit of a supplement.
Oh, you're talking more of the international
shows. Because that's showcasing the culture and also Māori culture as well.
Yep. And
there are many other dance groups right throughout New Zealand. So I'm just thinking, considering relations along those lines, some of those I named, there's probably good reason that doesn't make sense to me. Maybe their cost and what they're expecting, it doesn't fit. But I'm just saying, have you considered that and pursued it? Because that would certainly make it very interesting.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we have been looking at various. I've brought a few international shows in. What we've been doing as part of the audience development is looking at other arts festivals. So a lot of the constraints we have up here are, you know, sort of getting people to try something new, and the more that we do, the more people will try to experience, you know, sort of, or try something that they might think that they might not like. So we've been working with other arts festivals to see what they're bringing in to the country, because part of the constraints might be that it's too expensive to bring those artists in ourselves. But if we work in conjunction with Hawke's Bay Arts Festival, Taranaki Arts Festival, and we can give an extra show to one of those international artists, then absolutely. And so we've done a couple of those so far, and we are talking with some others at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly.
Thank you. Couple questions. You said Turner Centre is trying to be a venue for everybody. Have you had the opportunity to feed in that IGC work? Yep.
Yep. So there was so I have contributed to Tuimana and presented all my like funding applications that I've been doing to the Ministry of Culture and Heritage. But in terms of directly with the Turner Centre, absolutely, I've been part of the audience development workshops that Jerry had held, and also actually taking action and doing something. So we've done 2 shows under audience development where we got funding. The kids show, we got that from, that was one of the ones that we talked about with Taranaki and Hawke's Bay Arts Festival. And so we got funding, we were able to, pretty much 90% of the tickets we gave away, because one of the barriers to people coming was the actual, schools coming was the actual cost of the transport. So we made the tickets free and got the kids in and gave them that first theatre experience. So we've been doing a lot of talking, but we are actually doing some doing as well.
And Jackie, you probably have first-hand experience on the impacts of the COVID on the arts world, and a good handle on the economic benefits that the Turner Centre brings to our region. Can you speak a little on that?
Yeah, so costs have increased dramatically, and it has become harder to work in the space. So we do appreciate a lot of the funds that have come up because of COVID, and we've taken advantage of those. So the Regional Events Fund, we're now in the 3rd year of funding for Matariki Peiwhairangi, and through that fund, we've had funding from the Ministry of Culture and Heritage and Te Arawhiti. So again, it's just trying to access those funds to help us through this period and keep things rolling. And one of the things I found, and we've done this with other arts festivals, and I've done it up here, is that if we can put a show and make it financially viable in a theatre, then we can add on outreach programs. And so I've done that with the Nelson Arts Festival, and then been able to take shows to Motueka and Murchison, and we did it up here. I was able to put a show in Te Ahu and then take it to Totara North, and yeah, looking at other ways that we can, if we do put a show in the Turner Centre, how can we then maybe take that out to maybe a more remote community that might not, like I say, a lot of the barriers are transport costs and lack of public transport. So if we can sort of make something financially viable at the Turner Centre, because that facility is there and it's got the equipment, we can always scale down and take a version of that show out to other communities. So, yeah.
I like that. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you very much for coming in and speaking and sharing for your verbal submission, Jackie. And I hope you have a good rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Kia ora for your energy.
We are ever so slightly early, which is great, but I can see a troublemaker who's come in the council chambers this morning. Are you happy to do your verbal submission a little bit earlier? Excellent. Well, we can jump over to you. Just a reminder, we are live streaming on our Whānau District Council YouTube page. We are giving verbal submitters 10 minutes. If you have any time left over, then there could be some questions from the table.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're welcome to come up to the podium, and it is very good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you again too. I didn't know what to expect. I just like to put my view forward. I'm sick of going to meetings
when the first thing people do is complain about other things that are happening, and we shouldn't do this, and this is wrong, and that's wrong. But I think we've got no alternative for Kerikeri. I think we are fortunate that the Housing Corp and the other national organisations are wishing to provide accommodation in Kerikeri. Now, we should be grateful that the council has the foresight to purchase the 46 hectare block on State Highway 10 next door to Waipapa. It is close on, it's on the State Highway, it's near Waipapa Road. I know the council has got an area there earmarked for a new school. There's a private school going in there. It's an ideal location for future housing. At the moment, 30% of that property, I think 12 acres, have been earmarked for sports and recreation. So it's a blank canvas for the council to utilise whatever they want to do. Now, the council are in a position to exchange with the developers of the Clark Road, King Street area. Now, they can give them a much bigger area in Waipapa, and that Clark Road, King Street, could be very good for the council. We're at the moment in Kerikeri, you've got limited parking and the roading is a problem. Now, the fire station, for one, is going to have to be expanded in the future. We all know that, because with all the development around Kerikeri, the fire station is going to be far too small. That Clark Road, King Street property would be an ideal place to put a new fire station, because it's close to town, and then that would free up the area in Kerikeri for future parking or whatever we want. But the problem we have at the moment is in the centre of Kerikeri. I was talking to a tourist bus driver the other day and saying, where do we park? And if the fire station was moved that little bit out, that would free up a great deal of area. And I don't know, all these people that are developing, do they know any alternatives? And the council should make sure that developers are aware that this district, well, all the districts, are in need of professionals, teachers, engineers, doctors, nurses, whatever, we are in need of professionals. And this is an ideal opportunity for people who are developing new properties here and providing accommodation, is to provide accommodation for people that are coming into Kerikeri to try and serve the district. The doctors and that, they need it. Rural New Zealand was developed on the idea you move to smaller towns, rental accommodation would be made available for workers. It seems that we've forgotten this idea, and people that move to Kerikeri, the first thing they have to do is try and find accommodation. Now, all this developing housing should be for all grades of people, and I see the council that you're advertising for planners, you're advertising this. You're not going to get them in this district. They're going to have to come in. I think a lot of you people, you probably remember, you used to have the electricity towns, the Ministry of Works, the forestry, and people used to move there and work in the district, and housing would be provided. Nowadays, we seem to forget that. Oh, there's a job there. Oh, well, if you can find a house, you know, you might want to move here. And another thing, you know, with Kerikeri expanding, there's a lot of properties that are over 4,000 square metres in town. You know, I live out towards on the Waipapa Road. There's properties out there that they've got one house on that if the council could help streamline the subdivision, we could have some plots that would still be over 2,000 square metres, which would make it independent for wastewater and water, and the council would be the winners, because what they'd do is they'd be collecting more money in rates, and there'd be more housing without taking up any more area. And my biggest bugbear is, like the bear knows, is the 10-year plan. I've got property out off Waipapa Road, and the 10-year plan is, oh, we might talk about it next year or the year after. We had to, by October, we had to put in our submissions, and Will told us, oh, yeah, we're busy, we're behind. And I know the council's behind, and I know you try to do your best, but I don't want to be negative. All I want to do is give people different ideas. And as far as the Turner Centre, I think the Turner Centre's great. The big thing is, if the Turner Centre had all the opportunity, they've got it there, the council's trying to help them, the council are doing their best. If they can't handle it, I can't see they're in a position to hand it over to the council with a lot of strings attached. If they want the council to run it at a profit, and the council will do their best, if they can't handle it, if you can't handle the heat, get out of the fire. And that's all I've got to say. And I'm sorry for wasting time, and we still need a beer sometime.
That we do, Doug. Love your commentary online, of course, so do others. Hey, I have a quick question. So, in terms of the Turner Centre, what I'm getting from your submission is we need to double down on the basics. We have had a submission somewhat to this. We need to be doing the things we like, preparing housing for our people, roads. We don't have any doctors that are taking on patients right now, things like that. It's sort of my question for you, and I asked this question to another submitter, is in terms of some of those things that we could have control over as a council, a lot of it does come down to central government agencies and things like that, but in terms of some of the things we do have control over, one of those is potentially our local roads budgets, to get those up to scratch. We currently get a funding assistance rate from central government of 69% for our roading budgets, which means that we will rate Far North residents 31% to fill in the gap. But we have to have an agreed upon budget with central government on what they are going to do in the work streams. If we wanted to do any improvements in roading outside of that scope, it would have to be 100% funded from our Far North residents. Do you think that that could be something that Far North residents would have an appetite over if we were to look to how we can do better roads? As a small example of something I know we could potentially have control over, because right now it really is at the whim of what we can get up onto the list and what Waka Kotahi central government would say, yeah, we agree to all of those things.
Well, now at the meeting a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about the Kerikeri Road and the development happening on the Kerikeri Road, and you pointed out that the Kerikeri Road cannot get government assistance because it's not a state highway. Now, what I'm saying, that if you put the future accommodation, you know, you've got a brilliant new sports field going in on the state highway. Now, any roading there is going to be done by the government because it's on the state highway. Now, by releasing a bit of pressure, I'm not talking about pulling the fire station down tomorrow and moving it. All I'm talking about is looking towards the future. And rather than clogging up and needing more road, you know, if you put all this housing that you're going to do, if Clark Road, Kings Road go ahead, you need to improve the roads in Kerikeri. If you move that and put that out on the state highway, then it eases the problems in Kerikeri. You know, I think at the moment we're all in the same boat. We need more professional staff. We need doctors. We need nurses. We need people working for the council, and they all need accommodation. So trying to squeeze them all in, I think Waipapa is your, you know, it's supposed to be one big community, Waipapa Kerikeri, and at the moment they can cause trouble in Kerikeri by putting excess pressure on the roads. But if you remove those housing developments, you are going to help the roads in Kerikeri. You know, you're not going to improve them. You're just going to stop them getting worse. And that's all, at the moment, is putting a big Band-Aid on. And once you've got extra housing here and you're attracting more people, I think, you know, there's a lot of people wishing to invest, and you've got to guide them where to invest. It doesn't matter who owns the properties, it's what they do with the properties, what they, you know, you don't have to, the housing corp, you know, should be acting on your advice. You know, you got a big sports ground there. What use is a sports ground if you're putting everybody in Kerikeri and then they've all got to travel to the sports ground? At the moment, I see on the plans in the sports area, you've got a wastewater system. Well, get that, put one block there. I'm not talking about changing the world. All I'm doing is, you've got a blank canvas. You know, think outside the box. And the big thing we need here is the right sort of people coming in. We don't need, now, our Kerikeri, the meeting the other day, there's a lot of valid points there, but our Kerikeri lost me when their representative stood up and started talking about the Christmas tree. And I think, well, yeah, Christmas trees are important, but let's talk about the important things. And the Turner Centre, yes, but that's a separate identity. Either they want the council to take it over and run it, which the council has said they're prepared to do, but the council has got enough things to do without saying, right, now here's the Turner Centre, but we're going to tell you what to do with it. They either let the council and do it as an independent thing, you know. They want to do it independent, but they want to drag money away from the more essential items. I love it. I think the Turner Centre is great, but should the taxpayer have to pay for it? It was supposed to be self-sufficient. Let it be. Let it be.
Doug, we've got a minute left, and I know that our deputy had a question for you. We'll jump over to
you. Okay.
Kia ora, Mr. Percy. Thank you very much for your submission. And you've made a big deal about housing and attracting professionals to our region. We've heard from a number of submitters, and I don't have the other written submissions, but a lot of people view arts and culture, you know, the fact that Turner Centre has shows and stuff as an attractive icon to, you know, reason to come to Kirikiri, to come to the north, to move to the north. Can you see that, you know, people that live elsewhere in the world might see that as a reason they'd like to live in that town or our region?
I think if I wanted culture, Kerikeri doesn't come up on a world map. You know, I've travelled in many places, and I think most people would agree here. If you wanted to go to a show or you wanted to do something, what do? You go down to Auckland. Oh, wait on, the roads are so poor, that's very difficult, and the plane hardly ever works. You know, so you're pleased to have it come here. Yeah, it's all part of it, but that's not what the council's about. The council is about maintaining Kerikeri for the people. And most people, 90% of people in Kerikeri, and not Kerikeri, Kikoe, all around the district. We're talking about the district. Yeah, they might go to the show once a year or that, but they want to go and see a doctor, they want their children to be educated, they want a roading expert that can do the roads right.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Doug.
Okay, thank you. And we have to catch up tonight.
We absolutely do.
Okay.
Very good day, and I appreciate you taking the time to come over here to submit to us on our evening.
I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you very much.
Just checking in if we've got Uncle Wally online or still to come.
Still to come.
We have a break.
Yeah, we could break for lunch early.
Yeah, what I'll do, and I'll please to our audience members, feel welcome to join us for a kai if you like. We will break for lunches until 1 p.m. What we'll do is we'll just keep an eye out though for Wally, and should he get here we might reconvene at 12:45. So a little 50 Sure, thank you and welcome back to our verbal submissions for the annual plan. Next up, we have Community Board member Cheryl Bainbridge representing the Te Hiku Community Board, who will give their verbal submission to Council. Welcome to our submission, Cheryl. It's great to have you with us virtually today. We're giving submitters 10 minutes. If there's any time left over, there could be questions there, but very much appreciate the time the Community Board has taken to submit to our annual plan, and we'll pass the time over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. You will have read the board submission. In terms of the Kerikeri Tuna Centre, the board supports the proposal to retain the Tuna Centre. The only thing that the board would like to say is that the Tuna Centre's name recognises the huge input of Doug Turner, who was a previous community board chair and worked really hard to have the Tuna Centre up and running. And I know there's no intention at this stage to change the name of the facility, but because of the history involving Doug Turner, it would be good to retain that name. So that's that one. Housing on Maori land, our submission, I've got nothing really to add to our submission other than to reiterate on behalf of the board that if the government wants to impose legislation, it should come with an accompanying budget. As far as the Northern Drainage Committees go, which was another issue that we raised, we think it should always remain a board delegation, as board members have always had the best knowledge of how the committee should operate. The drains are there to protect valuable low-lying agricultural land from flooding, just as the forest was developed to prevent sand creep from unstabilised dunes, and now this is one of the most productive areas in the district. So we have just basically got things on an even keel. The drainage committees weren't working very well when the board didn't have direct input, and even in 1914 when the Kaitaia Drainage Board began, a newspaper article noted that it was a grave mistake doing away with local representation, so we'd like that remembered 110 years later, please. Just a query with regard to the additional 8.03% rate increase cover. The Tuna Centre accounts for 0.3%, but it's not been clear really to the public what the rest covers. And the other thing is we were directed to comment on two issues only, which was the Tuna Centre and housing on Maori land. I was told in an email by Joe Boyd that the board's welcome to submit on anything else they'd like to, but I'm not sure how we can do that without having some information as to what else we can submit on. It sort of feels like we're being pushed in one direction without the opportunity to comment on other matters. So that's all I've got to say in support of our board submission, which is fairly straightforward. But Adele may wish to speak because the placemaking in Kaitaia is another important issue as far as the board's concerned. Please.
Thank you for that, Cheryl. And just like I had also iterated to our Bay of Islands Whangaroa colleagues who submitted to us, the Te Hiku Board is always welcome to put through proposals to council through reports for us to consider on anything that they think are important as well. Adele, great to have you online. Did you have anything else you wanted to add to your board submission?
Kia ora, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I support what our board is thinking, and thank you, Cheryl, for being our speaker. And I was just going to ask to retain our placemaking budget for 24-25, please, or 23-24, I guess. And so it ends at the end of the long-term plan, and then the new plan starts in July next year. So we can advocate for that budget going forward. But thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Adele. To my understanding, we won't be looking at changing any of our current funding pools that we put through to community board. That won't be a part of the yes or no at deliberations, which is great news to hear. Just also, and this is a question somewhere in it, because I know that councillors probably look at me sideways when I put those rules on there. I wondered if you had heard, make it a question, that any change in name to the Tuna Centre will of course go through our Tuna Centre trust itself, but I am aware that they have been in consultation with the Tuna whānau who are supportive, that's the word I'm looking for, supportive of a name change as a part of the identity piece for the centre, which is comforting to know as well. I will look around the room to see if we have any questions from elected members. Or any elected members online. I think we've got Councillor McNally there. You've blown us away. Look at that, Cheryl and Adele. Thank you very much for your submission to us. And again, Council, of course, is always here to take any requests or to hear any concerns from your board, and we appreciate the huge work that you do up in our Te Hiku area for our communities. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Chris. Kia ora, Chris. Yes. We're a little bit early, but if you're happy to, we can take you for your verbal submission.
Absolutely. Where would you like me to do it?
You're welcome to take a seat or to stand over there at the lectern. Okay. Make yourself comfortable. Oh. Just to bring you up to speed, we are live streaming these verbal submissions on our Far North District Council YouTube page. Yes, I heard that. I've been given 10 minutes, and if there's any time left over, elected members may have questions following your submission. Sure.
I'll just give you a couple of copies. I didn't make enough. I didn't know how many people were going to bring here. So, synopsis. And, yeah. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you. I'm a person that doesn't believe in criticism per se, unless you have a constructive alternative. And I hope some of the things I say today, I know I'm a voice of very many that you'll be taking into consideration to try and influence the future up here, to show the people that Far North District Council actually cares, because at the moment its image is not that great, and I would like to see it improve through actions rather than words, really. So, taking this out of order, because continuing the last item, that was the previous speaker was talking about the Turner Centre. I was involved for many years at the Turner Centre as a volunteer, and the frustrating thing was that the Turner Centre could be a very much more viable place for entertainment. I was in the entertainment business my whole life, and I spent some time researching getting the place powered by solar panels in 3 stages, which would have cost $50,000 each, on that roof, which faces perfectly for that purpose. Now, this came about because I discovered that after nearly 9 years, the Turner Centre was on the wrong electric scheme, and $25,000 of the $35,000 a year power bill was Top Energy's line provision, and Contact Energy admitted that it was on the wrong scheme. So I showed them a way of changing that, and it still has never happened. The solar panel idea hasn't. The idea was to do it in 3 stages, where perhaps each business put in $1,000 each for its own panel, and then not something for nothing. In return, they would get 4 sets of pairs of tickets for shows in the upcoming year for each year. So they could be seen to be caring, and they would get something back for it as well. All this means the running costs of the place are reduced and one can move on. And a suggestion that to aim the centre's facilities to be developed for younger patrons, which it sorely lacks at the moment, particularly in the evenings, something to motivate them going on. There's plenty of space there. And of all things, of course, in our middle of our tourist season at the moment, between Christmas and New Year, and after New Year for 3 weeks, the centre is closed. Now, to attract tourists to the area and to the benefit of locals alike, I would suggest it would be a good idea to try and investigate having it open with daily events. Now, I understand the problem there is it's mainly manned by volunteers, and they also want their Christmas time off, so there's an inherent problem with that. On a longer term setup, moving on, the council's debt now is, many people's rates are just paying the interest that's gone up on the debt to the banks, and is intrinsic in part of, I would say, the rates increase that's proposed. Now, as you're probably aware, the previous incumbent of the mayoralty here, Mr. Brown, is proposing the selling off in Auckland of the airport shares. Auckland have to pay their debts, and I would suggest we would consider this here of winding up Far North Holdings, completely selling off all the commercial holdings to reduce council debts, the increased interest on which is absorbing a substantial proportion of the rates that are levied. That would in itself help to curtail this mushrooming inflation that we're all suffering with. The facilities here need, this commensurate with the increase in housing that's proposed for Kerry Kerry, and social housing and ordinary housing, desperately need an accident and emergency hospital for the area that is accessible from further north. At the moment, the people from further north are having to go to Kawakawa. I'm not saying a full hospital, but an accident and emergency one, as at the moment we own all the land at the airport. It would be a lesser expenditure than normal to set it up because the land is already there. Going on to the social housing, which there was a very well attended meeting, I couldn't even get into it myself recently. The social housing concept, I think we could do well to look at what is successful overseas with instances like this, and to go upwards rather than outwards means we don't have so much infrastructure to pay for in the way of water and electricity. The land that at the moment is proposed to be covered with 1-story or 2-story houses would be able to be used and facilitate parkland for the people who live. If you went into 10-story, 10-story apartment blocks with 8 stories on each, 8 apartments on each floor, you would have over 300 premises, and they could share the nice facilities, they could share wonderful views over the surrounding Bay of Islands. And then, but intrinsic with that, to make this work and not alarm the neighbours and the outlying people, is that it has to benefit both people, to care for both people, and it would necessitate a 24/7 security of at least two people there, so they cover each other's backs, to prevent the infiltration of the less desirable things in society, the gangs and the drugs, but it would protect the people inside the community as well as the neighbouring community. And the whole thing has to be perhaps not done seat of the pants with just the development of houses and not thinking of the ongoing ramifications of that. We all have our different status in life and wealth or lack of it, and we have to care for less fortunate people, but we have to do it so that it has minimal effect on all the society. Moving on again, I think our modus operandi for repairs of roads and maintenance up here needs looking at quite drastically. Everything takes forever. It's not that good quality. We're only working 8-hour days, the people on them, so the inconvenience to everybody is 3 times what it should be. The plant that's being hired to do this work is hired over the weekends. It's 24 hours a day. If you cut that by a third, by 24/7 rolling crews, there's another enormous saving to be made. It would be nice to have some progressive thinking on facilities in Kerikeri for everybody, particularly a swimming pool now that would be open 24 hours a day, covered, heated, not 24 hours a day, I'm so sorry, it's open between 6 and 9 perhaps, but 7 days a week, and ideally on the Kerikeri domain so that everyone could enjoy it easily, but it doesn't have to be there.
Just 1 minute left for you, Mr. Penny.
Yeah, sorry.
1 minute left.
Oh, 1 minute left, sorry, I thought you meant 1 minute, you wanted to say something, sorry. Okay, I'd like to see on the planning front reinstatement of face-to-face appointments with planning officers when required by ratepayers to answer questions. At the moment, it's lucky if you can get a phone call, and the problem is that one planning officer interprets the rules a different way from another. So all in all, I would like to see things put in place where the rates are capped to the RPI through these means. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have time for a question if there is one. Councillor Vucic.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I did like the idea of the solar panels, and especially with 30k annual figure, and presumably as they get used more in the Turner Centre, that figure would go higher. But can you please drop an email or something when you say that we are not on the correct plan? I wouldn't mind following that through somehow.
Yes, Top Energy do different lines plans, and they were put on the wrong one, so that 2/3 of the bill was for the lines rather than the consumption.
Okay, that, we can follow that up then. But, sorry. Yeah, but we can check that out though. Just find out what's going on there.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris, for your verbal submission to us on the upcoming annual plan. Definitely a lot of things within it that I would also like to see, but we'll see how we get on with deliberations. Thanks. Very much appreciate the time you've taken to come and
much. Thanks.
Do we have Vinny online?
Not yet, sorry. We've been trying to get a hold of everyone to bring them forward, but
I was eyeing that up too, lucky. All right then. Mrs. Smith?
I'm going to sit down.
I think that actually you've had to sit in the seat before I ever had to sit in the seat in terms of listening to hearing, so you know all of the details around this. Very good to have you back in the whare with us today, Rachel. And in a capacity where you get to really put the fire on if you want to. So, 10 minutes. The time is all yours.
Kia ora.
Hearing from you.
E te kahika moko, tēnā koe ki te rangatira. Ki ngā kaikonihira o te taitokoro ki te raki, tēnā koutou katoa. Hea mihi nui ki a koutou. Ko whakateri te maunga, ko waima te awa, ko hokianga te moana, ko te mahurihuri te hapu, ko Rachel Smith toku ingoa, no kirikiri taku kāinga. Kia ora. In a past life, most of you will know that I held the role as the chair of the Strategy and Policy Committee for Far North District Council. I've also been involved with the Turner Centre as a volunteer, as an audience participant, and as a board member at various intervals over the past 15 years. Today, I sit here to speak to you simply as Rachel, a member of the Far North Hapori with a significant belief that arts are an incredible enabler to community wellbeing. I'd like to start with the Far North District Council's policy proposal for enablement of housing on whenua Māori land. I strongly support the whakaaro behind the policy and the need to ensure barriers for whānau being housed in safe, healthy houses are equitably removed as these barriers are identified. I acknowledge the Council for being bold in the phasing of the entitlement in this policy. I do, however, have question marks around the devil in the detail and would encourage the Council to ensure that the policy is clear with its intent. For example, the policy could benefit from clarity around when rating relief could or would begin and when whānau can begin the application process. Depending on when this might be, could have a significant impact on how impactful the policy will actually be, taking into account how long it can take to develop homes on whenua Māori. I would also encourage the Council to consider a more regular and clearly articulated review period than the standard 5 years. Given the innovative approach of this policy, it would be beneficial to understand on a regular basis how the policy is working, identifying gaps and pivoting when necessary. I want to recognise the Far North District Council naming policy that was introduced just prior to the last election, and what we all know is that that's not working because it wasn't success. The policy is only as strong as the process and communications that sit alongside it, and I encourage you to ensure that this policy and its processes are resourced to serve whānau in the way that it's intended. Kia ora. I'd like to move on to my submission regarding Council's proposal to take on the ownership of the Turner Centre. I strongly support the proposal that Council have formed and want to thank all of the current elected members for your commitment to continue with the resolution of the previous Council. In my time representing Far North District Council along the board of the Turner Centre, I have had the privilege of sitting with community to dive deep into the opportunities that could be unlocked through wellbeing community infrastructure such as the Turner Centre. The standout from those sessions for me, and I know for the Turner Centre team, was when one of our local whaia in Matua Bay, who were in that hui, spoke about her memories of dances held at the Kirikiri Memorial Hall and her role as a tamariki. Her job was to spread the talcum powder on the floor and make sure that her kaumātua had a good slip for their kanikani, to make sure that they could keep dancing in a way that was good for their hips and that they had good fun. When she described this memory, she recalled the feeling of unity, of excitement and of community inclusion. This whakaaro that was shared with us as the rōpū has continued to be a guiding light for the way the Turner Centre has shaped its programming and the effort to continuously remove barriers to access over the last 12 months. I want to take the opportunity again to acknowledge the mahi that Jerry Paul does for the Turner Centre and the significant shift that he has created just in the last 12 months in the way that the Turner Centre delivers for our communities, with our communities. Te Rangatoi Waka, the vessel that weaves together all of the arts, encouraging and enabling community that embraces diversity through wellbeing infrastructure. I know that the vision of a unified district resonates with a number of you around this table, and I also know that this vision is not a small one to enact. Spaces for people that are equitable and accessible are a key enabler to bringing that vision to reality. You all have a significant opportunity in front of you today with this proposal. Sustainable wellbeing outcomes delivered for our whānau of the Far North in partnership, meaningfully, with community. The opportunity to shape the way that economic development and partnerships are centred around Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the way our rangatahi and tamariki are given opportunities to dare to dream. You have a unique opportunity to define and deliver the way that the Far North identifies itself on the world stage. Through clear performance targets, the Turner Centre will be in a position to enable innovative pathways across the Far North through outreach programs and education partnerships, and ensure that every one of our 40 communities have the opportunity to be connected to arts and culture that never before could we have considered. Our mokopuna, through this proposal, will experience arts and culture in a way that they all see themselves in. You have the opportunity to enable that through this proposal. Lastly, I want to put my ex-chair of strategy and policy hat on. The intention behind this mahi was always to take time to explore and enable meaningful partnerships in the way that Far North District Council support our community to deliver wellbeing outcomes in partnership. I want to acknowledge the community groups across Aotearoa, the groups such as the Pioneer Village, Bay Sport and Kaikui Sportsville, who are out there doing the hard grind on a daily basis on behalf of Far North District Council and our communities, more often than not in a way that isn't just sustainable. My plea to you is that you see this opportunity with the Turner Centre proposal as one to set a new precedent for the Far North District Council, to utilise the partnership model, the financial modelling and the process as learnings and leverage to work alongside our tireless volunteers and shape a more sustainable partnership approach with them, to use those learnings and feed directly into your long-term plan processes and gear them all for success. E hara takutoa e te toa takitahi, engari he toa a takitini. Success is not the work of an individual, but that work of a collective. This whakatauki reminds us all that we can always do things on our own if we really put our minds to it and do the hard mahi. But by working in partnership in a way that works for us all, we'll broaden the outcomes of our people and the way that they are achieved. I want to thank you all for your time and for your tireless mahi on behalf of our communities. Kia kaha, e mihi nui kia koutou. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Tēnā whai, we have got time for questions if there are any from the table or online. Blew us all away, right? With a very comprehensive submission, I believe you just typed up during the lunch break. Imagine what you could do with an entire hour.
Kia ora.
It's great to have you here and definitely take on board a lot of what you said, especially as our former chair of strategy.
Kia ora, Rachel. I just wanted to respond to your kōrero about the policy about Māori land rates remission, and that at point of build start, I would hope that you know, rates remission wouldn't start till the house was ready to live in. Just responding to that, rather than building on Māori land can be about 5 years before you even get to resource consent.
Aye.
Once you've gone through the Māori Land Court, set up a whānau trust, done this, done that, got a bank, something. So those are good points.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
My whakaaro behind that was that it wasn't clear in the policy. It was a question that was raised in my mind. And so when there's a gap, it's always a good opportunity to fill it. Kia ora.
Something we might be able to follow up on and influence as well in terms of how the policy is actioned.
Oh, and the other one was, you're the only one who said this so far, that this would be a new process, because the concern is in the council, maybe, I'm only new, but it will set a precedent.
Aye.
Because there are a lot of community halls that we're all saying, oh, of course, we can't afford to sustain this. If we start with one, we've got to do all 80, say there's 80, I don't know. And, you know, then people may point. I get the kōrero about the culture, the need for culture and arts. But yeah, you're probably the first one to say this will set a precedent.
Sure.
So, carry on.
In an ideal world, I would have been sitting here submitting to you in support of a sustainable model for all of our community wellbeing infrastructure in the way that FNDC approaches that and enables that. And that's going to look different for every single one of them. But the key is that with this model and with this proposal, we now know that it's possible to shape something sustainable with community. And so it does set a precedent, and it sets it draws a line in the sand that this is actually possible, and it should now be flowing out to all of our hapori to make sure that they're set up for success. Kia ora.
Thank you, Rachel.
Tēnā koe.
All right. Just checking in if we've managed to bring Vinny.
No, no Vinny yet.
I don't think he was scheduled until 1:30.
Yeah, racing through them too. Should we do? I've got some questions on Janice.
All right then, I'm happy for us to pause our live stream and we'll be back in at 1:30.
Cool.
Kia ora and welcome back everybody to our annual plan verbal submissions. Very privileged to welcome Vinnie Minonalong, who will be submitting, and we'll pass the time over to you, Vinnie. Kia ora.
Hi, yeah, thanks for this opportunity. This is the first time I've ever given a submission before, but I feel like it's kind of, for me, it's quite important and quite relevant. It's particularly to do with the rates situation. And I'm like, one of my big values is fairness and for everybody. And I kind of feel like, you know, as a property owner who works really hard, and, you know, everyone works hard at a young age to get a property and pay down their overly large mortgages these days, that I think, you know, and I don't want to sound like a horrible person, but there's just a real imbalance of further punishment where other groups who decide they don't want to pay rates get a lot of flexibility. And from what I understand of the scheme that is being rolled out, of other groups being able to pay at a later, that 7-year rollout. My biggest concern is when that time comes up that it doesn't actually go through. Yeah, hope that makes sense. I hope I understood it correctly. And I guess also with buying the Turner Centre, I don't know how much that's really going to benefit the community as a whole, like how much involvement. But for everybody that I've talked to about the Turner Centre, they don't feel like they would be participating in using that facility when it becomes, I guess, council owned or publicly owned for the ratepayers. Yeah, so they were the two main things.
Hey, thank you very, very much, Vinnie. Hardworking young people who come home to our district or who set up or who get on the property ladder is definitely what we want to see more of for the far north, if I'm being honest with you. And I very much appreciate your first ever submission in something like this space. I honestly do. I want to see more of that. I'm just going to look around the room if we have any questions for you based off your submissions at this time from the table.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Halkian Harawira.
Kia ora, Vinnie. Rāmahi moto kōrero. Just saying, there are many Māori freehold landowners who pay rates.
Yes, I totally appreciate that, understand that. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I think the question that Councillor Halkian Harawira was asking within that was if you were aware that we have 17% of our land title, of our land is actually in Māori freehold land, and that through legislation we are required to have policies in this place to and also to enable development on Māori freehold land because of the state of the land. For example, if you were a general title landowner and you couldn't afford something, you would sell it. That isn't an option for many Māori freehold landowners because of the way legislation is set up and the way that the land tenure is held on by huge, some have up to 500 people who are on the title itself. We have to look at other means of being able to enable that. So I appreciate the feedback in that space though. It very much is about trying to enable the development so that we can in fact rate it, whereas in most circumstances it's eligible for remission through the current legislation we have. I'll pass over to our Deputy Mayor who has a question for you. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Vinnie, I sense a bit of frustration in your annual plan submission. You really like to just feel like you are getting bang for your rates buck, and perhaps there are different ways that our council could communicate what we're doing. What would you, what's the best way to let you know some of the good stuff that we are doing that you might not be seeing?
That's a fantastic question. So I guess I'll start by explaining, like, from my point of view, I'm not really connected to any services. I understand as a person that lives in the district that roads need to be maintained, and there's obviously parks and things like that, and I appreciate that. But so I live in the Doubtless Bay, Whanganui region, and I kind of feel like there's just little that gets done in the area, and the stuff that you guys have said about the rubbish collection and recycling, I think that's an amazing initiative. I would love to see rates go towards things like that to improve, because I really believe it really benefits the community and benefits the environment, the environment we live in, because often there's a lot of rubbish just thrown on the road. The gravel pits just get filled with rubbish, as I'm sure you guys are aware. And I understand the facilities cost-wise are very not accessible for a lot of people financially. And I totally appreciate that, because when I want to get rid of rubbish, it's a hard pill to swallow to pay $80 for a metre. So yeah, things like that are, I guess, benefiting the community as a whole, because I'm all about that. I just, the only thing that I personally feel is, sometimes there are parts of the community that don't get any benefit, but they are also ratepayers.
Yeah. Just reiterate, what is the best way to get it out to you? So you said you saw something about the rubbish. So we're posting updates on our Facebook page, and we do something out with the rates every so often. Is there another means to communicate? When we feel we're doing something that's good for the wider general ratepayer, not just, the urban centres, how do we get that out to you?
I think through an email is fantastic, because I always read your emails. Okay. And obviously that's saving on the paper. And obviously a lot of people up here have post office boxes. So, and we don't check them every week sometimes. So I think emailing is a fantastic way to communicate. And yeah, I would love to see the positive stuff that the council's doing for the community with ratepayer money. That would be amazing.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Vinny.
Thank you very much for your verbal submission today, Vinny. And it is really good. It is always good to hear from members of our community who don't happen to live in one of our main centres, the thriving metropolises that they are in Kaitaia, Kaipuhi, Kirikiri, Kawakawa, Moerewa, for example, where it probably is a lot harder to see what you do get from council in terms of the significant rates that you have to pay as well. So telling that story is something we'll definitely take on. But I thank you for taking the time to submit. I hugely encourage you to submit again through our processes, because it's very much appreciated, and I hope you have a good afternoon.
Thank you, and thank you guys for giving me the time and space to put a submission in, and it's nice to feel like I have a voice, so this has been amazing. Thank you.
Awesome.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Kia ora.
Cheers, there.
Do we have Brad online?
Brad can't make it anymore, but we have Marie online.
Marie. Kia ora, Marie. It's very nice to have you with us for our anything verbal submissions. If you're happy to go earlier, we can take you now. We are live streaming on our Whanau District Council YouTube page, and submitters are being given 10 minutes to be heard. Within that time, if there is time left, there could be questions from elected members who you've got to listen to as well. But otherwise, welcome, and we'll pass it over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time today. I am New Zealand born and bred, albeit I've lived in Australia for 45 years in Melbourne, and most of that time was in metropolitan Melbourne, but then about 4 years living in rural Melbourne, albeit still an hour and a half from the major city. I'm not a native of Monganui. It's a beautiful, beautiful place, and I only returned here from my husband just as COVID hit. And my husband is a Northlander, so he had always planned, with us being a fairly new relationship, he had already been building a house here. But what we've decided is that Monganui is where we'd like to settle. It's a beautiful village, and it's most certainly very similar to where I was previously living, as in Seaside. I have been astonished, I have to tell you, with the cost of living here. And look, I know that that's increased everywhere in the world, Melbourne included. My children still live there. I have been astounded by the rates that I pay here already. I live on 10 Waterfront Drive, so it's the first property as you turn into Waterfront Drive, leading to the village from the south side. It's a lovely property. I pay nearly $4,000 a year and for rates, and I was amazed to hear of that intention of the council to raise that to, I think, 8.35, something like that, but most certainly over 8% for the next set of rates. $4,000, up to $4,000 my rates are currently, so that's an extra few $100s a year. And I looked at what I actually got for that, and as I said, it's sewerage. I buy my water in, and what we currently do is we pay for our council collection, rubbish collection, we pay additional for hire of the bins that we have for recycle. So I know I'm not comparing apples with apples. I know that Far North District Council is a massive area, and income comes from quite a small area for you to do what you need to do. I know you probably chase your tails financially, dollars wise, to try and make everything spread. What's happened in Monganui with the recent structure build of the waterfront pathway has been just wonderful. My husband and I walk into town every morning, and given our location, if you can picture it, we come down the driveway and it's a 100k zone, and we walk on the grass on the side of the road. The pathway that's just been built comes to Murray Point and ends there. I've heard rumours that there is intention that walkway or discussion that walkway may continue up to the end of the street, but I see people, elderly people, walking along that roadside, and it's dangerous. And if it's clear and people are coming up from the south, and it's clear that on that the highway coming down, they turn right into that drive, into Waterfront Drive, and man, they put the foot down, and we're walking with our dog, and it's quite nerve-wracking, and it's also really tough when you're pulling out of the drive, and particularly if you've got a trailer on, which is regularly the case for us. So I look at, are we getting a safe environment here with the road? I'm not sure. Well, it's better. It's got to be the walkway, where the walkway ends at Murray Point, but that's it. We're not, like, we're in our 60s, but we're very fit. And with the rates, that's, I don't know, am I barking up the wrong tree here? But I do know that what I'm used to from a smaller environment that I have come from is we get the greens, the yellows, or used to get the green bin, the yellow bin, and the red bin as a matter of course, and 2 hard rubbish days. And I'm not getting very much for my rates, as I said, and to now increase it, I find I can't reconcile it. That's what it is. I cannot reconcile where is it user pays, or is it just that you've got the smaller number of residents having to fund others? That's my question. How do we reconcile that? How do I reconcile that? CPI in this country is 6.5%, and the rates are looking to go up by 8.3 something percent. So if someone could explain that to me, that's my question. How is that justified, please?
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Marie, and that's definitely taken on board in terms of how we can better communicate to our residents where exactly their rates dollars goes. It was highlighted in the previous submitter from yourself too. For residents of the far north who live outside of our primary urban zones, probably is a lot harder to see what their rates dollars actually do go on. So that's been taken on board. I have got a question from Deputy Mayor Stratford, so we'll pass over to Kelly.
Thank you, Marie. My questions might help give you the answers that you're seeking. Have you been aware of the community board in your area and their work that they're doing to do the road safety improvement?
Is the community board the actual board that worked on the walkway? Did they do the submission for the walkway?
Yes, that was part of their purview, but you have a community board member that represents your area that has been lobbying for that safer streets around there. Also, with the, did you know that the funding for the boardwalk was mostly externally sourced?
No. See, being 3 years here, 3 years, so it's probably all prior to me, yeah.
And also reinforces her argument about what she
No. So what happens is, and I'll try and make this a question because I'm only allowed to ask questions. Did you know that one of the big components that ratepayers contribute to is depreciation on assets? So although we got a big chunk of money for that boardwalk from the government, it's now included in your rates in your general rates, which is quite high, as depreciation. And that's right. One of the reasons the rates go up. So yeah, you might not, you're paying now for something that's been done.
Just our time is up. Thank you, Marie, and definitely have appreciated your submission, and there are things for us to take on board there. Just in closing, at our last council meeting, we had a resolution to approve the development of a solid waste strategy and to also look into a new waste management and minimisation plan for the far north. I picked up within your submission there that there was quite a lot of context around things that we, rubbish and recycling services that we don't provide as a council in this space. So I'd love for you to keep an eye out for those when they come out for wider community consultation, because a voice like yours is definitely going to be needed in these spaces so that we can come to better arrangements for how we serve our people, or looking at the costings of things like that.
And happy to come and have a chat, Marie, to give you a bit more background info of the district, if that helps.
That would be lovely. It really would. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Marie. You're welcome to stay online to tune into the rest of our submissions. Otherwise, I wish you a very good afternoon.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Bye.
And in walks trouble now. Kia ora, we're happy to take you. That's fine. Welcome. Harley, it's very great to have you in our council chambers. No camera this time around.
Not this time, no.
We are live streaming on our Whanau District Council YouTube channel. You're very welcome to stand or sit, whatever you feel more comfortable with.
Cameras up there.
While you do have 4 elected members in front of you today, we do have some online. And I always like to think of it as quality over quantity in any case. We do have a number of other hearings on across the district today as well. But welcome. Submitters have been given 10 minutes and the time is yours. If there's any time left over, there could be questions from us here at the table.
Should I stand here? Where's the best place for them?
Any place you'd like to feel.
Okay. Kia ora, ko Harley Alexander. My name's Harley Alexander. I'm here today representing the Kirikiri Theatre Company and in support of the proposal to take ownership of the theatre centre. The theatre company, we also manage and run the Black Box Theatre, which is a little theatre on Samaree Place, just off Mill Lane in Kirikiri. And we've been doing that for about 5 years. It's kind of like I guess the little brother of the Turner Centre. Very little. We can only seat, the maximum capacity at the moment is 50 people, just due to fire regulations. But we're looking to get fire compliant so that we can get more people into our little venue. But what we do there is we use that space as a performance and rehearsal space to then take productions to the Turner Centre. So Turner Centre is very much kind of it's an invaluable resource for the theatre company and what we do. The Black Box is also used by other theatre companies, one other theatre company in Kirikiri called Stage Door, and it's also used by other community groups as a sort of a staging or rehearsal space for productions that then move and are performed at the Turner Centre. So that's our interest. We can't do what we do as a theatre company unless we have a venue like the Turner Centre to stage and perform our shows. By way of example, 2 years ago we staged The Sound of Music, which was a very ambitious production. We had over 60 performers and technicians behind the scenes working on that show. Pretty much everyone worked on the show voluntarily. We are a voluntary organisation. During the course of the 5 days that we ran that show, we had 2,400 people come and see the show. So 9 performances, 2,400 people came and saw our show, including 180 school children from the far north. We gave away the tickets. We said to the schools, if you can get the kids to the Turner Centre, they can walk in and they can see this world-class show for free. And the schools did exactly that. So we had Te Hapua and Ngātaki organise the bus and they brought a coachload of kids down. We had schools from Manganui, from Kaitaia, from Kaungaroa. They all came down and saw our show, a special matinee that we put on for the kids. What was amazing, just by way of I played Captain Von Trapp in The Sound of Music, so I was one of the lead roles, not familiar with The Sound of Music. The audience reaction of those kids to our show was something that I will never ever forget. It was phenomenal. It was better than the Saturday night sort of, closing, because it was the first time they'd ever seen anything on that scale. And they were just blown away. They just, the first time they walked into a venue like the Turner Centre, seeing the stage, seeing the lighting rig, heard the sound, seeing that number of seats, seeing that many people on stage, there was one scene where Maria and I kiss, Captain Von Trapp and Maria kiss. And it was like a Beatles concert. The kids were absolutely nuts. It was so funny. So that's why. So that's just some. Without that venue, you wouldn't get the kids responding in that way. What was really neat as a follow-up to that was last year I was asked to go and film a kapahaka performance at the Ngātaki Marae. Get the name of the marae, but it's next to the. Sorry, which one? Te Waiora. Yes, that one. Next to the school. And I had kids coming up to me because they recognised me as Captain Von Trapp. And this is after the kapahaka, and they said, we only signed on to do the kapahaka and put on the show because we came to the Sound of Music and we saw you, and we saw how it could be done, and we wanted to have a go. And that to me was like, filled me with joy, but it also demonstrated the value of a venue like the Turner Centre, where they can be inspired and hopefully, even find a career, maybe as performers, as artists, as technicians in the performing arts. So it's a really important venue for us as the theatre company. It's no secret, really, we can't afford to keep hiring the Turner Centre in its current, with its current price and structure. It's gone beyond our reach as a theatre company without significant funding from Oxford Trust or Pub Charity or Foundation North, who have been very generous. But that funding is starting to get harder and harder to access. We have absolutely no success with any central government funding in order to fund our productions or even our black box theatre. So that seems to be out of our reach. What we're hoping is that with the council taking on ownership, it'll bring that cost, it'll make it more accessible for our company and also for the other community groups that use the Turner Centre. We need to return it back to being a community space, and I think that's the thing that really is the most important thing for us as a creative community. Is we can't quite access that now. It's just gone beyond our reach financially. So if we can get that back, then we're going to have another thriving creative community and build future stars. So yes, financially it is a liability, I totally get that, but culturally, artistically and socially, it's an incredible asset and we're really lucky to have it. So on behalf of the theatre company, Kitty Kitty Theatre Company, Black Box Theatre, yes, we highly, thoroughly support this proposal for the Council Today Township. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for your personal experiences given and the value that the Turner Centre has for not just Kirikiri Township itself and for theatre companies like your own, but for our wider district, which is always great to hear those kind of first-hand experiences. I can see that Deputy Minister Stratford has a question, so we'll go to
Harley, have you had a conversation with the Turner Centre management already to indicate, what your expectation for a reduced hire would be?
Yeah, we have. The conversation was productive. So Jerry Paul, General Manager, explained why things have got so expensive in terms of the hire. And it makes total sense. We get it. It's not, we're not pushing against that. How to mitigate that is really difficult because the suggestions were that we give volunteer hours basically to help get our costs down, and that was of value to the centre. So that was things like helping with the gardening around the place and that sort of thing, and helping with basic maintenance. As it is, we're already a volunteer organisation, so we're asking people to give their time for productions and to coach kids and coach adults and how to act and how to perform. So to then ask them to volunteer their time to do the gardening at the Turner Centre is kind of a bit of a bridge too far. So we get that problem.
This is probably not a question for you. It might be something I need to get Janice to inquire on. But is your understanding that if council takes the ownership, that subsidy will increase, so it is more affordable for you?
That's my understanding. Well, that's my hope, I guess. I'm not familiar with the details of the deal, but I can't. You know, that would certainly be a real benefit to the community if that does happen. So
Thanks, Harley.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come over and to give us feedback on our annual plan, Harley.
Kia ora.
Well, it's good to see you.
Yeah, and you.
Harley, we've had Harley do a couple of projects for us for council as a videographer. So some really cool mahi in that space, which is why we're quite familiar. I appreciate that, and I hope you have a really good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hearing out our call.
I love your passion for what you're doing.
Oh, thank you. Kia ora.
Keep it up, even though it could be unfruitful. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying, I know what it's like when you're living from,
Definitely.
But you still keep doing it, so kia ora for that.
Kia ora. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Briar and our final over there, does that bring us to an end of our submitted?
Yes, Brad wasn't able to make it anymore, but he has provided us with what he was going to say to you. So I've just printed that out, and I'll just bring that around now, and you can read it when you would like to. But yeah, that's
Thank you very much. I'll close this off with Karaki at the end, and then we'll get our live stream to stop. But for all of our whānau who have been tuning in or watching this back, very much appreciate the time that has been taken for all of our verbal submitters today to come in and to address council. Also for everyone who has done written submissions. Annual plan deliberations will take place next Tuesday, and that will also be live streamed, and that will form the basis of our budget annual plan going forward. So thank you very much, and please continue to participate in council's processes. I'll close this off with a karakia. Kia hora te marino ki hakapapa pounamu te moana kia tere te karuki rohi I tua I tōku rahi. May the seas be calm, glisten and shimmer like greenstone and dance across thy pathway. And just quickly before we go off, at the start we had a moment's silence to acknowledge the tragic passing of lives in the apartment fire down in Wellington. The Wellington City Council have established a mural relief fund in this space, so anyone who is wanting to koha, donate to that can do so through the Wellington City Mission website. We'll find that on the Wellington City Council website as well. Kia ora tātou.